Specifically Peter. He's awesome. I think we're live.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you all to our June 10th, 2026 meeting of the Peabody Conservation Commission. This meeting is being held remotely in accordance with the following.
Recording in progress.
Peabody Conservation Commission hearing will continue to be held remotely in accordance with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025. The public may participate in this meeting remotely. Agenda has been posted on the city's website and outside and inside City Hall at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. PBD Television will do their best to air this meeting live on Channel 7 and stream on Facebook and YouTube platforms. Tonight, with us this evening, we have Lucia Del Negro, who's our conservation agent. We have our secretary, Amanda Green, Commissioner Bruce Comack, Commissioner Arthur Athes, Commissioner Jamie Harrop, and myself, Michael Rizzo, I'm chairman, and Mike Vivaldi just showed up, and Mike Vivaldi, who's our vice chair. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And Brian is coming hopefully late, but we do have 7 that will be able to vote this evening at this time.
I think your math is wrong, Mike, because I can't vote. I think you're counting me.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, sorry, 6. Yeah. Okay. Our first item on the agenda for this evening is a request for determination of applicability. Item number 1 is a public hearing on request for determination of applicability submitted by Colleen McMillan, who's the owner and applicant. The project consists of removal of existing in-ground pool to be replaced with a new in-ground pool with associated features, electrical pool equipment, replace pavers, and remove 2 trees. The resource is labeled as a detention basin on the old subdivision plan. The property is known as 5 Lantern Lane, map 26, lot 93, 98 in the city of Peabody. Is anybody here? Oh, okay, this is Colleen.
Hello.
Good evening.
Would you like to present your materials?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't really know how this works. This is my first time doing this, so I was uncertain. So we have an existing in-ground pool at our home that was put in a number of years ago. I think it was first put in the early 90s. And unfortunately, it seems to be a failing structure where it is sinking into the ground. I'm not sure if that's due to how the unit was built and what they did with the trees when all the homes in this area were built. We don't know if it's trees or equipment or what's underneath, but the pool is sinking, allowing us not to use the pool along with the surrounding patio that is sinking down to form pools of water. So we're looking to be able to take that out and replace the existing structure.
That's going to the same location.
Yes, sir. And my husband also, Paul McMillan, is on the line. If anybody wants to add him. And we have the pool company from Surfside on. I think it might be Lowell is joining this evening. If there's any additional questions, if he wants to be added.
Through the chair, Colleen,
Yes.
are the dimensions, like, is it deeper? Are they bigger? I'm trying to go
It's
through the
not deeper.
application.
It's the same footprint.
Okay. Thank you.
I just added Lowell through the chair. And who's the other person I should be adding?
Paul, either it's under Paul or Dennis McMillan. I'm not sure what he has a Zoom under. It's my husband.
Okay. Do you want to speak?
Lowell is stepping in for the woman we've been working with, Tara Lyden, has been a representative for us, but unfortunately she had a death in the family, and so Lowell is stepping in for her this evening, but he has all the plans. And I think he can address any questions maybe that might be asked. Lucia has been fantastic through this process, by the way. I just want to throw that out there because she's a savior in terms of helping out.
We'd like to hear that.
Okay.
Thanks for promoting me to a participant, Paul McMillan. I'm on now as well.
Okay. So, what kind of pool is it?
So it's a 20 by 40 in-ground pool with a typical shallow end and deep end 8 feet. And the replacement that we're putting in, we want to keep the same footprint for the pool, and it's liner, so it's not gunite, it's a liner pool.
Okay.
All right, I finally joined.
Who's that?
That's Lowell.
My
Lowell
computer
is
is a
from
little slow.
Surfside, which is Surfside is the pool contractor that we've engaged with to draw up
Correct.
the plans for the pool.
All right, through the chair,
Yes.
I just have one question. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. If they're gonna be, it's an existing situation, they're basically updating, but what I'm not clear is the pool is there's a problem with the existing conditions. So how much, I guess, how much overdig or what are you gonna be, I mean, you don't know what you're up against until you remove the existing pool, correct?
Yeah, maybe to bring it to life a little bit more to help you visualize kind of what's happening. Specifically, one corner of the pool is sinking, and it's sunk about 6 inches down. So the pool's just kind of sitting there crooked. Also, the flagstone patio that we have around the pool, there's about a 4-inch indent that collects water in that same area. What we believe is down there, based on other things that have happened with our neighbors, is that when they built the property, the contractor buried tree stumps or material from building the house. And now 30 plus years later, that material has rotted down a bit and sunk. So it's isolated to just a single corner of the pool. Lowell can probably speak a bit more to how they handle that. What we've been told is that when they excavate the existing pool, they'll see exactly what's happening in that one corner, and they'll have to make a determination on how to remediate the situation, which could be digging some of that rotting stuff out, if that indeed is what it is. Could be adding some crushed stone into that corner to reinforce it if they can't dig all of that out. Our neighbor had the exact same issue happening in their yard, except they didn't have a pool where it was happening. So they just had a sinkhole kind of opening up in their property. So in his was building material that had been buried. So we think pretty sure that's what it is.
I noticed on the plan, there's a nearby tree. Is that,
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there
Is
is a
that
nearby
tree-
tree. There is a tree that we're removing that's deemed a dangerous tree. It's split in half over the years, and it's completely overhanging the pool. So that's the tree that we want to get out of there.
so that tree will be coming out with the construction of the pool? And you-
That tree will be coming out. Yes, the
and
the
you're
one
gonna-
that's marked tree on the plans there that you have up. That's the one
Yeah.
that's completely failed and split in half and considered dangerous.
Okay, you're gonna pull that stump out, is that correct? As
Absolutely.
opposed, okay.
Yeah.
So that'll help us, once you backfill that, to stabilize that soil a little better.
And
Yeah.
we've
You know,
also
the
been
existing-
informed that Surfside is going to take any debris that they find in the ground and remove it from the property and bring it somewhere else.
Okay. Okay, so there'll be no
That is-
stockpiling, for the excavation, when you pull that pool out, it's gonna be, as it's excavated, it's gonna be loaded up and taken out, you're not gonna stockpile it anywhere on the site,
No, not
No,
at all.
sir.
correct?
It'll be
Okay.
removed completely.
Yeah, do you know if that, if the pool has a steel wall construction or the concrete, walls?
I don't know.
Are
There
you,
was there was a
I'm-
permit applied for the pool back in the early 90s by Mr. Quantro, I think his name was.
Mhm.
But we're not sure until they open it up what's under there.
I believe it's concrete. Lowell, is that typical for the liner pool?
for a liner pool, most likely there are steel panels in the ground that are concreted in, and when they excavate to pull this stuff, I've seen this before. Yes, there could be stumps under there, and what we do is we excavate all the stumps out and then rebuild the soil with gravel. As far as the pool panels and everything that is currently in the ground, that all will be removed.
Okay,
Concrete, steel, everything, and taken off
Okay.
site.
okay, it seems pretty straightforward. It looks like you have easy access to the area.
I wanted to ask about the level of the ground. Is it flat property? Is it?
It is.
Probably.
It's 3/4 of an acre. It's completely flat and level.
Okay, so and there's also a 30-foot wide utility easement, to the left of the pool. And I'm not sure what that's, whether it's that's a drainage easement, so, you might want to take care to not heavy backhoes and stuff on the utility easement, if possible, and work from, the area between the utility easement and your deck, if that's possible.
Yeah, so there is that's exactly the plan. And where you see, if you came around the side of the house towards the pool, there's currently a fence there, and we'll be taking out a section of that fence, and they'll be accessing the pool right there on the front side. So to be able to avoid the easement is certainly possible.
Okay.
So, I mean, not to say otherwise, but I think you're allowed to use the easement. You just can't have anything permanent structures. You can't have anything you can temporary uses, I believe, but that's.
Yeah, you can loam and seed it, but you can't put any buildings on it. But I was
No, you
talking about the having a backhoe driving over
You
the
can't
utility
use the
easement.
backhoe just for a temporary purpose time frame while you're constructing the pool?
I'm not saying you can, I'm just saying maybe take care to try to avoid it, so
Yeah, sure.
I'm
I
not
think-
sure how deep the drainage pipes are and what those conditions are, so
Yeah,
rather than aggravate the situation, if you can just keep in mind
yeah.
to stay, if you stay clear of that, then you won't be, have the, chance of damaging something.
And does the applicant intend to have, I don't see any kind of indication of a silt water, something to stop soil erosion? In case there is a hard rain or silt fabric, something to prevent silt and sediment going into the stormwater management facility?
Yeah, they should have erosion controls
It doesn't-
along the backside of the area, probably close to the property line. Because you're gonna be pulling
So
a
you'd
tree out.
like-
Excuse me?
I'm I'm looking at the plan here. So you're looking for erosion control behind the tree and along the utility easement?
Yeah, between
Yeah.
the stormwater management and along your edge of your property, correct? I think that,
Yeah, it's the back fence line, Lowell.
yeah, that needs to be
Okay.
installed prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Yes. So, does anybody else on the commission have any comments or questions at this time?
Through the chair,
Yes?
I just have a question. Does the new pool, does that get filled with like, do you bring in water? Or, like a truck or something, or does that get filled via like city water? Just curious.
I mean, historically in the pool, we've used city water. So we had the liner replaced a number of years ago, and we use Peabody's Finest. and that seemed to work out just fine. So we did not have any intention to have water trucked in or anything because we've got water right there on the property.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okey-doke. So, we'll probably have a couple of conditions to add to this, but if we get a consensus for the board, if the board has any other questions, we can see if anybody, in the public wants to speak on this. And then we can go from there. So if there's no questions from the board, and is there anybody with their hand raised, Lucia?
Yep, I am going to ask them to unmute. Hold on.
Okay,
Please, I know who you are, but please state your name and address for the record when I unmute you.
Richard and Cheryl Yagdjan.
good evening.
You can hear us, I hope.
Yes,
Okay, great. Well, we are Colleen and Paul's next door neighbors on the Lantern Lane cul-de-sac, and we've been neighbors here for, oh my God,
16.
15 years, 16 years. We've enjoyed their pool many times, as a matter of fact. And I think from our perspective, it would be only appropriate to provide
allow them to
the
have.
appropriate permit so they can go forward with this.
very good. Well, thank you.
We've got good neighbors.
We have.
Okay, if there's nobody else, then what's the, does anybody want to make a motion to issue a
Move to
negative
close the
determination with conditions?
Do we have to close the public hearing first?
Yes,
Yes.
motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second,
All right, that motion to close was made by Arthur, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Give me 1 second. Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
yes,
All right, it's closed 6-0.
okay. Can I get a motion to issue a negative determination with a couple conditions?
Make a motion to issue a negative determination for this property at 5 Lantern Street with what kind of conditions,
Second.
Mike? Remind me
Well,
of the
let's get a-
conditions.
We'll get a second on.
Yep.
I'll get a second on that,
I'll second that.
okay? So a
Mr.
motion
Chairman, with
to-
the conditions of, was it erosion control
Yes.
in our normal
So
water?
the installation of the erosion controls and then notification to Lucia. So she can come out and take a look and inspect those before the contractor starts excavating. And then because we have a swimming pool policy with regards to draining down your pool in the fall. For the winter, a lot of pools, you'll drain the water down to the skimmer, below the skimmer, and you blow the lines out. So in that process, we require that you, prior to doing that, that you let the pool sit for at least 7 days without adding any chlorine. So there would be no high concentration of chlorine when you drop the water level for that purpose.
$2,500 plus 0% financing.
Anything else beyond that?
Nope, hearing none, I have a motion for a negative determination with 2 conditions. One is the erosion control, I'm assuming must be installed and inspected before work can commence, building permit, I believe Vivaldi said. And 2, our swimming pool condition. That motion was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes,
All right, that motion passes 6-0. And Colleen, this will all be spelled out, and I'll have, if you need help finding erosion controls, I have a list of ones that are allowed in PBD, and it'll all be written, and I know you guys need it, so I'll try to work on it fast.
Thanks so much, Lucia. I really appreciate your help through this.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks to the committee. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 2 on the agenda is also under request for determination of applicability. It's a public hearing on an RDA submitted by Kelly Michaelis, Syracuse, owner applicant. Project consists of the installation of an in-ground pool, concrete patio, associated pool features, equipment, electrical. Property is known as 8 Station Road, map 108, lot 166B, in the city of Peabody.
Hi,
Hello,
can you see my face?
I can.
Oh, you can. Good.
No, I can't.
No,
Oh, you can't.
No.
no.
Okay, it's not working for me. Let's see. No, it's not working. Sorry. Okay. Is that okay if we move
That's-
forward?
That's fine.
Okay. So, yes, my name is Kelly Michaelis, Syracuse, and we are looking to do new construction of an in-ground pool. It's a free-form shaped pool that is steel reinforced gunite construction, measuring 16 by 32 feet and 17,500 approximate gallons for the water capacity. It is a salt chlorination system with a cartridge filtration, pretty much, allowing for only a couple times a year, beginning of the season and end of the season, for backwashing. We have all the plumbing is suction, and returns will be 40 grade PVC with a 550 square foot concrete patio to attach to the existing patio. And we also do have a dry well storm unit, storm drain at the bottom of our driveway facing in the front of the house.
I think we lost you.
Oh, are you there?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. And yes, that's what we're looking to do. We're working with Custom Pools out of Newington, New Hampshire.
Okay.
And where is can you give us your best description of where the closest wetland is, since it's not identified on the
Yes.
plan?
So the closest is in the front of the house, across the street. And we are placing the pool in the very flat backyard
Of your house, yep. So it's
of
on the
my-
opposite, yep. So it's on the
Yes.
opposite side of the street and opposite side of the road,
Yes,
and you're putting the pool in the back of your yard.
correct.
Yep.
Okay. Pretty straightforward. I'm pretty satisfied. Is there any questions from the commission on this?
Your, the earth that you will be digging up, the custom pools will be removing that is,
Yes. So they'll be removing, and we're hiring a company to come in and haul it away.
yes.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Ma'am, I was just wondering, are you going to be using city water to fill this pool, or will you be trucking in some water?
Yes, that was our intention, is to use the city water.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just want to let everyone know we are in like I believe this area is still in like a level 3 drought, and I don't think it's anything that's going to change anytime soon. So
Okay.
it's just things that we have to be cognizant of in the future, because I already toured some of our drinking water supply last week, and it's looking stinking and looking not so great. So it's just
Wow.
something that maybe if we stay in this drought for extended, we've already been in it for extended long time, just for future reference, might be something to start thinking about.
Okay.
That's a good point. A
Yeah.
good point. Because right now, I think you can water your lawn like even days or odd days at certain times of the year, so that's filling up a pool is a pretty big task, so you'd be filling that up.
Right.
Might want to check with the
Yeah.
water department, on what the proper and acceptable, measures to do this.
Okay.
So that's a good thing to bring up, Amanda. I hadn't even thought of that.
It looks like, not to discredit you, Miss Lorraine, but the plan that you provided through your application shows that what I see is like in a stormwater, the house is the 100 riverfront goes right through the house. And then the back of the property is, oh, so it's I see the 200, the pool would be between the 200 and the 100.
Right.
Yeah, I see it now. Yep.
Okay.
So it's
Through the chair. Through the chair?
Yes.
Yeah, Michael, I just want to make a comment just so that everybody understands. And I know this is ridiculous, but we draw our water from the Ipswich River, and we get it also from the MWRA. The water that they would use, again, I don't know if it has to do with, if you're talking about just the water available for city drinking, but the water that they would be taking, that they would be filling a pool with, if they brought it in tankers, is being taken from the Ipswich River at the where from at 114, where
Okay.
114 at the bottom of the hill on 114 where Paradise Golf is. I don't know if anybody knows where that is, but
Yeah.
that is where all the water is withdrawn for all the tanks. So
Yeah.
whether it comes out of the Ipswich River and goes into our reservoir, or if it comes out of the Ipswich River and goes into her pool, the only difference is she's going to pay for it. It's still coming out of the Ipswich River.
Thank you for that, Bruce. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I know it's ironic. That's all. It has nothing to do with it. It's just ironic. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. All right, if there's no other questions, you can open this up to the public if anybody wants to speak on this matter. Okay, seeing none, I guess, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing, please.
And a second?
All right, that motion to close was made by Jamie, seconded by Amanda. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes?
Vivaldi,
yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, it closes 6-0.
Okay. Can I get a motion? Does anybody want to issue a motion, negative determination with, couple conditions with regard to,
I'll make a motion to issue a negative decision for the property that is 8 Stacia Road, with with typical pool conditions as for as normal generally stated.
All right,
Is that-
can I get a second on that?
Seconded.
All right, that motion was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Green. It was a negative determination with the pool condition. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Aethis,
Yes.
Colmac,
Yes.
Kara.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-0. Kelly, I have 21 days, but I know you guys are all trying to get your pools in. And I like the pool condition that we just discussed. It's the same as the person before you, and that will also be in your determination.
Okay. Excellent.
Very
Thank
good.
you all.
You're welcome.
Enjoy.
Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is under notices of intent. It's item number 3. To continue public hearing on notice of intent submitted by John R. Kelty Esquire, legal counsel for Cosmo and Zoe Vangelides, who are the owners. The proposed project consists of the construction of 2 duplexes, driveways, utilities, and invasive species work in riverfront and buffer zone to a BBW. The property is known as 309 Lowell Street, map 62, lot 5 in the city of Peabody.
I guess we should amend the description, huh? It's not 2 duplexes anymore, but 1.
No, 2 duplexes. I'm sorry. Did I not say
Right,
that?
but it's it was reduced to 1 duplex.
I'm just reading what the notice
I
says.
know.
Okay.
Hi, Jack's in the audience, and I've attempted to promote him to a panelist numerous times. I don't know, for whatever reason. I'm just gonna unmute him. I've been trying to put him to a panelist, but hold on.
Until someone sees the Chinese trees. Back to Nickel. It's burgers for 8. Longtime pit prop Dr. Thomas Starville achieved the first of these transplants, later received by Jim Neighbors and David Crosby. Dan, for kidneys? No. Caitlin. What is a heart transplant? Also incorrect. AJ? David Crosby with a hard liver. He needed a new.
Anybody there?
I don't know. I promoted him and he declined, so I think I by mistake promoted someone else. Sorry about that, Adrian. I'm working on it though. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I can't like force them to accept. Now I don't even see him in the audience, so I don't know if he left, if we want to come back to this. He's not even in the audience anymore. I don't know what I just did. Or I mean, I tried to add him as a panelist and it said that he declined twice.
Did they ask for a continuance, Lucia?
Well, I know there's tons of people in the audience. No, he did not ask for a continuance. I will check my email. I don't know if you guys want to just hold on a second. Let me just double check my email.
This burger is 1,000. 4 years after she co-founded the Free Press, in 2025, this journalist from Squirrel Hill was made editor-in-chief of CBS News. Caleb. It was Weiss. Very Weiss, right. Triple rhyme time for 4.
It doesn't look like I have any emails. So I don't know if you want to like just skip this for now, go to the next one and come back to this after. There's definitely people here who want to speak for this.
Yeah.
There's already
do we
hands
know-
raised, but I feel like we should, I know I see Williams and Sprages and they are here for the next one.
Okay, is Attorney Kelty representing 303 also?
Yeah, he's both
Yes.
of them, and he was in the audience. I saw him, and then I have no idea why. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's on a phone. Some people tell me that when it pops up to promote to panelists, that sometimes they get nervous or they hit something by mistake. So I don't know, or maybe like sometimes people don't want to be a panelist. But he normally always does, so I'm not really sure,
Yeah.
and I don't see him as a panelist.
Well, maybe,
I'll send him an
Yeah, well-
email right now, but you
Okay,
guys do it.
maybe-
You guys talk about it.
well, we're gonna talk about this item, or we're gonna jump over to something else in the meantime.
Allow seniors to live in the comfort of their homes while reducing stress.
Who has Jeopardy on?
Visit liveinhomecare.com today to learn more. Ed Markey and I got into politics.
Okay, Jack is back. I am attempting to promote him.
Okay.
So now I think I'm in, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
I got kicked off for no apparent reason, probably a problem with my computer. I had a bad connection. And just as I was trying to get in, I got booted. So having said that, we are on item number 3, which is 309 Lowell Street,
correct.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, Jack.
Maybe he's having issues then.
Yeah.
Do through the chair, do we want to jump to the certificates of compliance so for the people who are waiting, I think it's 90 Winona asked for a continuance. And there is at least one person waiting for a certificate. He just got booted out again, it looks like. I mean, we have a long agenda, so
We want to
well,
make
I
it
think-
keep moving.
All right, then why don't we move to item number 5, which is a notice of intent for 90 Winona Street. This way we can get a couple things out of the way, and when Jack comes back, we can pop back as soon as we can. So I will move forward on item number 5, continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Robert Marini for Lopez Alvarez Perez owner. The proposed project involves landscaping and recreational improvements, retaining wall construction to expand the yard, in-ground pool install, and stormwater features. The property is known as 90 Winona Street, map 45, lot 26 in the city of Peabody. Our first meeting on this project was in January, and that's it. So, and they're asking for a continuance.
yep, they're doing a
So-
land swap. The land swap's not
Yes.
done last meeting. You guys were like, how can we approve this? Or
Yes.
maybe I was. So they would ask for a continuance. So if we could get that motion, that would be great.
Okay, can I get a motion to continue item number 5 to our next meeting?
Motion to continue, please.
Second.
Second,
All right, that motion to continue was made by Harrop, seconded by Vivaldi. Roll call, Rizzo,
yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
You're
Bruce,
muted.
you're muted.
Bruce, you,
Yes.
Harrop,
Yes.
All right, 90 Winona is continued to the next meeting, 6 to.
All right. Jack's not back yet, right?
I do not see him in the audience now.
Okay, why don't we jump to item number 6 then? Item number 6 is under certificates of compliance. It's a request for full certificate of compliance as made by Christopher Bresnahan, who's the owner, on DEP file number 55-927. Project was a demolition of an existing deck for the construction of a sunroom and a new deck. The address is known as 6 LeBlanc Drive, map 25, lot 124 in the city of Peabody. The order of conditions was issued back in July 31st of 2023. And this meeting, this is the first meeting on this for the full certificate.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, this is Chris Bresnahan. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. 6 LeBlanc Drive is my residence. It's single-family home in West Peabody. We came to the commission 3 years ago to request a notice of intent in order to do some construction work associated with demolition of an existing deck at the rear of our property, removal of existing footings, reinstallation of new footings, then reinstallation of the original deck, I'm sorry, was 24 feet by 12 feet, reinstallation of a 12-foot by 12-foot deck, and then a platform that where we had a prefabricated sunroom that was taken and installed on that location, and have all that material connected. The commission provided us some conditions. I believe we've met them. We installed erosion controls. The work that was proposed has been completed. All materials associated with all surplus soils and things were removed from the site. I still have the erosion controls in place. And I believe that I'm prepared. Well, that's why I'm requesting at this point that the commission would issue a certificate of compliance.
Okay. Any questions on this project from the commission?
It looks good to me.
Yeah, it looks like a good project. They come out nice. The grass is in good shape. BMPs are still in place.
The grass actually, other than the footprint of the deck, was never really disturbed. We didn't have heavy equipment back here.
Mm-hmm. And there's no other comments. It seems that the work was done in compliance with the plan and the order of conditions.
How far is the nearest wetlands or resource area?
There's an intermittent stream.
36 feet from the corner of the sunroom.
Oh.
Which looks probably 10 feet beyond the BMPs. So if anybody, if there's no questions from the commission, I don't know if the neighbors want to speak on this matter.
I don't see anyone in the audience.
Okay, then can I get a motion from the commission to close the hearing?
It's actually not a public hearing, so I mean, actually, yes, go ahead, close it.
Make a motion to close the property for this certificate of compliance, close the hearing.
Second.
All right, that motion to close was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Harrop. Roll call. Rizzo.
Yes.
Vivaldi.
Yes.
Green.
Yes.
Athos.
Yes.
Comac.
Yes.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, the item is closed.
Okay, so So we're gonna issue the full certificate, just as a note to the, to, to Mr. Bresnahan, is that, if you drain down your hot tub, for maintenance and so forth, that we ask that you, do so, you let it sit for at least 7 days without adding any chlorine or chemicals to it. And that would put you in compliance with, how we handle, pools, in-ground pools. This is like a little above ground pool, so, follow that same methods for draining your hot tub. You understand those?
I do understand. It's a hardship, but I do understand that that it's a requirement.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we already voted on the,
Well, you guys made a motion to close it. You didn't actually vote to do the full certificate of compliance. I gotta double check with legal. I think we always do closing of it of certificates, but I don't think we have to because it's technically not a public hearing. But I think it's good that you always allow members of the public. But to answer your question, no, you guys actually just made a motion to close it, not the motion
Okay.
of the certificate of compliance with any applicable conditions.
okay, so the only condition, but we're gonna close this, but my only condition again is that you, comply with the, policy for a swimming pool, should you wanna drain down your, hot tub for cleaning or whatever purposes. But you just wait 7 days without adding chlorine, then you could do that. So with that, take a motion to issue a full certificate of compliance for this project with that condition.
Motion to issue full certificate of compliance, please, with the ongoing condition.
A second?
Seconded.
All right, that motion for a full certificate with the chlorination condition made by Harrop, seconded by Green. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes?
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
Yes.
All right, the item passes 6-0, full certificate of compliance.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, I still don't see Jack in the audience. I'm gonna just double check and see if he emailed me back.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to go on to the next item.
that could take a while if they're around.
No, they asked for a continuance. Well,
Okay,
Williams and Sprague wants you guys to withdraw it, but the property owner called me today and said that it's his property and he does not want the certificate removed.
okay, well, we can then, hopefully we can just jump through this one quick then. So I'll go to item number 7 then. It's a continued request for a full certificate of compliance is made by William and Sprague, Chris Sprague on DEP file number 55-934. The project was the construction of a single-family home. The address is was formerly known as 0 Pearl Street, now known as 18 Pearl Street, map 105, lot 85 in the city of Peabody. The order of conditions was issued on 2/28/24. And our first meeting on this item was in January of last year, of 25. So the Williams and Sprague asked them to close it, is to drop this, but the property owner wants us to hold on for another meeting, if it's possible. So can I get a motion to continue this item until our next meeting?
Motion to continue to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay,
All right, that motion to continue was made by Green, seconded by Harrop. Roll call. Rizzo,
yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that item is continued 6-0 as well. And still, I do not. Oh, wait, I do see Jack. All right, I am going to mute myself and try to get him on as panelist again.
okay.
I in? Hold on, right there.
Yes,
We are. Okay, so my question is, am I up?
yes. I don't know if I have to
Now
read the
it's
notice again. I
Gone
don't know if I
again?
need to,
It's still on
do I
video.
need to read the notice, Mr. Lucia, again?
I would, yes, for clarity, because we're on Zoom. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just do that. Take a second. So item number 3 is a notice of intent to continue public hearing.
They're,
notice of
they're no
intent submitted
longer
by-
on the panel.
I think he froze again. I think he's gone.
Oh, John Kelty, I see John Kelty, but
Yeah.
He's
Okay, it's a continuation of a notice of intent submitted by John R. Kelty Esquire, legal counsel for Cosmo and Zoe Evangelides, the owners. The proposed project consists of the construction of 2 duplexes, driveways, utilities, and invasive species work in riverfront and the buffer zone to a BBW. The property is known as 309 Lowell Street, map 62, lot 005 in the city of Peabody.
I'm up, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm very sorry for this mishap with respect to, I keep getting knocked off the internet, but let me speak quickly. The first question I have for the board is there any question of eligibility? I sent a letter to the board objecting and raising an issue of recusal with respect to Secretary Green. And I do know that the issue with respect to recusal is up to the individual member and not the city solicitor or the chair or any other member of the board. But I believe that the comments that I included in my letter to the board, I believe that they gave rise to the issue of whether or not Commissioner Green should recuse herself.
So
No comment?
Do you
So
want me to comment, or do you want those guys to decide for me, or what would you
I don't
like?
think they can, Amanda. I believe that that's a question that you have to address yourself. And I believe that what you've said about both this project and 309 have put you in a position where we're not, you have said publicly at a meeting that you weren't in favor of the project. That's one thing, but then the comments that were made on Facebook and in the letter to the mayor, I believe it was, would, at least in my opinion, would merit recusal in as much as you don't seem open-minded to this either of these projects.
Okay, that's your opinion, yeah, and
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And you're going to continue to be involved in this matter? Is that your response?
let's see. I would like to, but I will leave it up to my constituents and ask their opinions on what they would like me to do.
I'm losing it.
You have your own voice. And we're all individuals. That's why we have 7 to 9 people on the board. Not everybody agrees the same. That's what allows us to function in a way that's people are entitled to their opinion, and people get on these boards for different reasons. People have a passion from one thing or another. Somebody's got a passion for wildlife and habitat. Other people have passions for people, and that's why I think when we get on for different reasons, people have a passion. Passion from one. So I'm getting some
Okay.
feedback.
Jack's computer, must be Jack.
It's up to you, Amanda, whether you choose to recuse yourself. It's up to you. And even if you choose to recuse yourself, you certainly have a right to participate and provide testimony and comments about the project. And if you feel you want to recuse yourself, you can just recuse yourself from voting, but you certainly have the right to be here and to voice your beliefs, understandings, and what your passions are.
And I would like to say that it's obvious freedom of speech here. I mean, all of a sudden we're going to go back and look at all elected officials and see what they said about things, and they disagreed with things and voted against things and said they were going to vote against things, and they did vote against things. I just don't understand why this would be a problem. So I consider the buying things and voting against things and said you were going to vote against things, they did vote against things. I just don't understand.
Yeah, through the chair, I also support both statements that my commission members have said and support Secretary Green being present in this meeting today and having a voice.
I'd like to know if somebody's recording our conversation here. It seems like the feedback is like a recording almost, without telling us.
Well, I'm recording.
It's
but that is not
recorded,
me. Yeah, that's not me. I don't know. I tried to mute Bruce because I thought maybe it was something was going on with him, but I don't think it was Bruce. I think it might be Jack.
I think with Jack trying to join and get a stable connection, potentially there's some feedback.
Okay, so I'm good to go. If Mandy, you're here. I think you have a right to be heard and a right to speak, and I think and a right to vote.
Thank you. I'm getting like teary eyed right now. So don't, all right. Thank you. I'm just real passionate about this is all. And that's all. And I will vote. I will not recuse myself. But thank you guys.
Where's Jack? We lose him?
I think we lost him again.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote him again. I don't know. You think
Could he maybe just call in?
Yeah, I'm just allowing him to talk at this point. If he, he already
There you
he's
go.
coming in as a panelist, but if he's out again, I'm just maybe Jack, don't put your camera on. And sometimes cameras take up a lot of the fuel.
Can you hear us, Jack? No.
I don't know. Through the chair, I know since he's having technical difficulties, I see a city councilor in the audience, and I know he's been really busy, and I don't know how long he can stay in the meeting. I don't know if since he's having issues, if you
Now
want to
I'm
just open
here, I
it to
believe.
city council.
Oh, Jack's back.
Yeah, I'm having issues with my computer keeps dumping your meeting. Tells me I've got a did
Jack, could you join via phone? Is that a possibility? If the internet is not your friend tonight?
am I not? We can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Did we miss the portion where I said that I understand that I did hear the portion of the meeting where
We lost you, Jack.
It's not clear, Jack.
Secretary Green.
I think he missed all the teary-eyed stuff.
Jack might be choked up.
Jack, if you can hear us, can you call in on your phone?
Per Lucia's recommendation, should we invite other people or move?
Yeah.
Well,
I
Jack,
agree- I agree with Jamie. Maybe they have other support staff that can fill in for Jack, like other staff, other panelists that want to present for this property? The homeowners, anything, anybody?
Yeah, I don't see
Involved in
anyone in the
Montague.
audience. I just see
On again?
the
oh, you're
abutters.
on.
Now it's gone.
No, you're here. We got you now.
Okay. Would you like to go to Peter Blaisdell on the 309? I'm sorry, on 303?
We could do that.
Or, I mean, my trouble is I don't know how long I'm going to say. So, I
Jack,
do
can
know
you call
that-
in on your phone?
Yeah, I guess I could.
And then we know we have you on a good connection.
Are we skipping over 309 and going to 303?
Well, Jack can check on us.
I'm guessing he thought that was a lengthier discussion, so he was trying to get one of them done while he had connection. Should we go to item 8 and then come back if he hopefully calls in?
We do that. So Jack's frozen again, right?
Am I?
Oh, no, you're there.
Okay. So now I was trying to call in on the phone, but. All right.
We got some Peabody High School
We'll
students.
give this a
retired.
try.
Okay.
Secretary Green has decided to leave again. Oh my God.
I guess we hear you. Oh, no, we don't hear you.
You can or cannot?
I hear you now.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent.
I'm going to try to call in. Yeah.
All right. Shall we jump over then? Why don't we jump over to
Through the chair,
I don't
number
know.
8 just needs to get continued. We don't have anything. They were hoping to just get on the agenda. They thought they were going to get me stuff, but they weren't able to. It's an amendment request. If you do want to, if you guys could pop on and just continue number 8 after reading it, of course.
Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna jump over to amendment request. It's a public hearing on an amendment request to an existing order of conditions from DEP file number 55-936 submitted by Michael Becker of Atlantic Coast Home. He's the owner and applicant. Revisions to the original approved Concom plans were due to DPS and other department requests for comments. Property is known as 0 Hardy Street, map 85, lot 001, in the city of Peabody. First meeting was in June of this year, tonight. We'll make a motion to continue item number 8 to our next meeting. Can I get a motion on that?
Oh, I thought you were making a motion. Motion to continue for this property, 0 Hardy Street.
And a second?
All right, that motion was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Harrop. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Gathis,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, 0 Hardy is continued to the July meeting.
Okay, and while we're here then, because it'll take about 1 minute, is item number 10 is also no discussion, so item number 10 is continued to our next meeting. Just to make a point of that, we don't have to really bring it up, but since we're waiting, that one's continued.
Yep, and through the chair.
Followed by pound.
through the chair, there's also a site visit on Monday, June 22nd, at 8:30 in the morning, I believe it starts at. So if you guys want to go, I need you to
Yes.
send me an email. I think right now there's only a few people who told me, but Bill needs to get the carts ready for us.
Yeah. I have that on my calendar.
I will. Barry said he's going to send me an email the week before, and then I will forward that to you guys, obviously.
Okay. Item number 11, Lucia, on Pierpoint Street.
Through the
Oh, is
chair,
Jack back?
that's Jack. Yeah, he's like on his computer. Yeah, and he's on a phone too, so that's what's happening. So that was what that
Okay.
weird reverb is. Yeah.
Okay. So we can go back now?
I don't know. I don't think it sounded like he doesn't have it right yet. I mean, I don't know if we want to talk to Peter Blaisdell, who is here, and I'm sure his computer might be working. Do you want me to promote him?
But he only represents 303, right?
Yeah.
We can, I don't know. I think we need to make a decision.
I think it's important that council is,
Yeah, agreed. We cannot have those discussions without Jack. We can't, I mean, unless Williams for Adges, but I would imagine that the property owner is going to want their attorney if they're paying him probably a lot of money to be here tonight.
yeah, I don't want to move forward without Jack in on a meeting.
Am I in your meeting now?
You are.
All right, but I'm trying to do it on the phone as well.
Okay, you may have to get rid of one of them. The
Yeah.
other one maybe, and
I'm
just go
afraid
with
to
the
get rid
phone.
of the,
Yeah,
so
Jack, are you a 781 or a 978?
978
Lucia did-
852.
Yeah, Lucia, is it possible to grab that and then Jack can drop off the computer?
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute yourself right now though. And it's the 978 and it ends in a 2.
Yeah, that's what he had said. He had started reading the
All
phone
right.
number. Yeah. All right, so Jack, unmute your phone now.
I'm unmuted now.
Perfect.
I think.
Okay.
I think he has to get the computer one has to get out.
So I'm muted, now in the computer. That
You're
better?
you're unmuted. Oh, there we go. I think you have to turn the volume off on your computer, Jack, because we can hear it in the background. So just turn down your volume and that should hopefully.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. I had to mute. I cannot. He has both. He has the computer. He can't have both on. It's either you have to do one or the other. So we either have to jump onto another item. We can't just spend all this time.
I agree with Lucia.
Is there any way we can listen to the city councilor, or is that like we can't do that because of the?
yeah, I'd rather not, I hate keeping.
All right, Jack is off now.
Yeah.
Jack is off. Can't we
There
just,
you go. This Jack, his Jack is on camera too.
right, but I think he shut the volume off on his phone, try it now.
I think he's frozen again.
I think he's frozen now.
I hate to say it. Can we put Lowell Street at the end of the agenda and see if this can be figured out? Otherwise,
I guess we'll have to. I know there's a lot of people at the
I
meeting,
know
I'm
they're
sure.
big items for sure, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Um, You can jump over to 11, that might be quick.
I have Williams and Sparage's hand raised. I asked them to unmute for now.
Okay,
Peter, if that's you, you can speak.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
yes,
I've already talked with Jack, offline, so I do not need to have Jack with me. If you want me to just talk about 303 Lowell Street, he's aware of it. He already gave his blessing. So if you would like to discuss 303 Lowell Street, we can do that.
okay,
Okay, well, you got to read 303. Peter, I'm going
Yeah.
to promote you as a panelist, so give me like 2 seconds. I've never had someone already speaking and then promote, so hopefully this works.
Well, we're on a great roll tonight. Let's do it.
All right, he's coming in as a panelist, I hope.
Your participant ID followed by pound.
there we go. Okay,
All right, but Mike, I do think you need to read 303 because I think the last
Yeah.
was 309. So sorry, everyone. This is very confusing. Unfortunately, sometimes it happens.
okay, so we're jumping on to 303. And that's item number 4 on our agenda. It's a public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Williams Barrages LLC, Justin Fox for Northeast Arc, Eric Byrne, he's the applicant. The owner is North Shore Heritage Association. The proposed project consists of paved parking area, retaining wall, concrete walk, grading, stormwater in the buffer and riverfront. The property is known as 303 Lowell Street, map 62, lot 7 in the city of Peabody.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Jack, I feel bad for you. That happened to me one other time, so don't take it to heart. That's it happens to all of us. So just to sum up, our last public hearing was held on April 8th, and then we had a site visit on April 23rd. I think a good portion of the commission was able to attend and see everything laid out. And at that point, I believe it was decided to continue past the May 6th continue public hearing so that we could go to the planning board, which was going to be, I believe, on May 7th. So Attorney Kelty and I, Jack, went to the planning board on May 7th. And when we got there, the planner, Andrew Levin, just kind of read something out to Jack and I that they had basically gone back and checked again, and they felt that because this was a single family home, that per the local requirements, this was actually not under planning board's jurisdiction. So they asked us what we wanted to do, and we ended up actually withdrawing the special permit application, withdrawing the site plan review application without prejudice from the board, which they all agreed to. They then suggested that we just go directly to Thomas St. Pierre, because at this point it was just considered a single family home, and that they did not have the jurisdiction for the local requirements. So at that point, Attorney Kelty sent a letter over to Mr. St. Pierre, the building commissioner, dated May 28th, 2026, basically stating that Northeast Arc was entitled to a building permit. I don't believe we've heard anything back from that letter at this point. So I know that when we went up, we met out in the field on 23rd. You know, we had a few items that everyone was talked about. We had Mrs. Costa from next door asked a little bit, talked about snow storage, talked about some of the obvious problems that it was suggested, you know, could the parking be, you know, moved from the back of the building to the front? And I think as Chairman Rizzo and I figured out pretty quick when we tried to leave that Mr. Byrne had to go out and kind of stop traffic for us to back out, and that backing out onto Lowell Street is not a good option. So with that, we have no technical comments from DEP. I have not received any comments back from either Will Politz or anybody else at the engineering department, and I'm pretty sure that was circulated to everybody. So I have nothing further to offer other than what we've discussed already at our last public hearing and out in the field. I know Vice Chair Vivaldi had asked when we had laid everything out what was actually going to be within the riverfront area, and it's only going to be the parking and the subsurface stormwater management area. None of the building is going to be there, and I think as everybody could see when we laid out the limit of the erosion control and the limit of disturbance is essentially just inside the edge of the lawn. So there's not going to be any additional disturbance. All of our stormwater is going to be captured and treated in place. There will be a reduction with the amount of stormwater runoff volume that is leaving the property because we're going to capture everything. So with that, I will turn it over to you if you'd like to discuss or ask any other questions. But at this point, we don't have anything else to offer. I can put up a rendering for you if you would like, if Lucia wants to give me the permission to do that.
You should have permission. Let me know if you don't.
You're right. I think we got it. Hang on a second. Okay. Everybody can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So,
So-
just to recap, this is the existing building with the addition that was currently under construction when we were there. This is the proposed additional 4-bedroom home to be constructed in the back. The black square that you see here is essentially that's the subsurface stormwater management area. Catch basin for 25% TSS removal, another water quality inlet for another 25% TSS removal, and then subsurface chambers for another 80% on top of that. This is the limit of the 200-foot riverfront area, and this line here is the limit of the 100-foot buffer. So as we discussed when we laid out the building, none of the building is in the buffer zone. The only thing that's in the buffer zones in the resource area is some of the driveway and the drainage. We did discuss out in the field a couple of different options, but most of those options that were asked would have required bringing in more fill in the back, which we did not want to do. And as you can see, the walls that we had here, and certainly Mrs. Costas next door wanted to know how tall the walls were going to be. They're only going to be about 1.5 feet, 2 feet. If we were to try to compact this anymore, we would have to pick the walls up even higher, bring in more fill, and possibly even add another wall on the other side. So I think I mentioned out in the field, I did not think that was a good option. But beyond that, I think the commission members that were out there got a little bit of a better picture of what actually it would look like when we were standing out at the site.
Through the chair. I just have one question. I'm kind of confused. You went to the planning board.
Yep.
Planning board said they didn't have jurisdiction.
Yes.
So because it's a R1 residential zone and you're trying to make it multifamily. Is that correct?
Put two structures
So
on
there-
one lot.
It's an R2 district.
It's an
R2,
R2.
which is 2-family.
It's
It is the R2 district?
It is, sir.
Yes. So my question, I don't know if you get your answer, Bruce.
Well, I guess if it's an R2 district, they're not doing anything against zoning, correct?
Well, that's a question that question hasn't been answered. I mean, zoning hasn't weighed in on this, at least as far as I know. whether or not a
Um,
second building, another structure can be added
The
on.
planner did. And Andrew Levin said that, that the planning board has no jurisdiction over this.
No, I
Through
said
the-
zoning. Zoning.
Not the planning board, the zoning.
Yeah, through the chair, you cannot have two houses, two separate houses on one lot. That is the problem. So either, and no one really knows how to handle it, it sounds like.
Needs to
Well,
file.
did Jack send you a letter, Lucia?
I saw the letter and I handed it to, he tossed it under a window and hoped we got it. And I grabbed it, I took one and then I gave it to Commissioner St. Pierre, and he's had it and he hasn't said anything. I talked to him today. He didn't say anything. As far as I know, you still can't have, just because you wrote the letter, you still can't have two houses on one lot. So I don't know.
And I
He
still
hasn't, I
still
haven't
have-
seen any zoning. I haven't seen any like. I
We
don't
did
know.
the
I was
same
hoping
other
Jack
one,
or someone was going to come from
Well,
your side
let's-
to tell us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we sent the letter over as a, you know, because we said we would keep you in the loop, but
Yeah.
again, this is the Conservation Commission. This is not the Zoning Board of Appeals. So what we're asking you to do is to vote on the application that is before you this evening in regards to the wetlands protection and the local. We're not asking you to enforce the zoning.
Well,
So,
we have, you know, we have, I certainly have, a lot of concerns and what seems unanswered questions because, I read Jack's letter and I'm still confused and don't know why this doesn't require site plan review because it's such a change in use. It's an R2 district.
It's got nothing to do with use, Mr. Rizzo. It has to do that it's exempt because it's still considered a single family home. So the planning board has no authority over it.
I didn't say the planning board. Well, I did. I'm saying that they're saying that it's not a redevelopment project, and I believe this is a redevelopment project to the nth degree. I mean, you're expanding on this site. I just can't believe on this property, you're putting so much on this site. You talk about wildlife and habitat and potential concerns about the resource area. You've increased the impervious area for this property 4 times. So there's 4 times as much pavement on this property there was before. And you may know bones about just spreading this out and getting as close as you can to the wetland. You're literally, the 100-foot buffer zone is about 4 feet from the corner of the building. And your parking area and your subsurface drainage treatment is in the riverfront. And I just have a lot of concerns about the development, the overdevelopment for this site. So I'm just beginning there. I don't know why you made all kinds of reasons why you didn't want to connect the buildings. You didn't want to. Everything was like because we didn't want to. All the
That's not
questions we
true
had
at
at
all.
the site miss.
Excuse me, but that was not true at all. We told you the reasons for that. The front part of the building is to be separate from the back part of the building because the back part of the building was going to be sprinklered and up to new code. So as we had suggested before, why would you take a sprinklered building and connect it to an unsprinklered building? How does that help with fire protection? And I'm not even sure why we're talking about fire protection at the Conservation Commission anyways.
You are, not me.
You asked, you said I didn't
Why
give you.
can't you bring?
No,
Why can't you bring?
you said,
why can't
you
bring
said,
the
I said
bill-
because we didn't want you. Let me finish, sir. You said because I said we didn't want to. That's not the reason we didn't want to.
I think I have. I think I
If you
have.
if you have questions, if you have questions that are unanswered that regard to the purview of this commission, I'm more than happy to address them. There's been a full stormwater report done that shows how we comply with all 10 DEP stormwater standards. Yes, we're increasing the impervious area. I haven't seen a new development that does increase impervious area, but we're capturing 100% of our runoff. Everything is being treated. We're reducing the flow that leaves this property. We're meeting all of the standards. And I do understand that you have the authority to weigh in on what can happen within the resource areas. And that's what we're asking. is,
And I guess Mike, I guess they just won't be able to get a building permit unless they satisfy the building commissioners for corners of so we vote on it, but if they can't get a building permit, then it also holds it up. So,
and that was my next point. Thank you, Mr. Vivaldi, is that you could still issue an order of conditions and the building department can decide not to issue a building permit.
But could you
Because
move is it possible to move the proposed building close enough so you're not connected to the other building and get further away from the buffer zone and the resource area?
So we talked about this out in the field, and I believe I gave you an answer. You can't move this farther enough up the hill to get everything outside of the 200-foot riverfront area. You will still have to have parking.
What about that little that piece at the top closest to the other structure? Could you put on the side of the other, like the what would it be, the western side of the property?
There's not enough room, Mike.
Okay.
We moved the driveway over to give more of a buffer to Mrs. I'm sorry, I forgot her name already, Mrs. Costa, and we wanted to provide more green space there so we could put some plantings in there. Lucia had asked, and again, it worked out to her favor, I guess, but she had asked if we could turn the whole front area into parking. And I think you could probably see, again, Mr. Rizzo, that trying to back out onto Lowell Street, I don't think the police department would ever allow it, and it's dangerous. So
I know,
the only place
I don't disagree with that.
The only place to put the additional parking is down in the back. You can't do this without getting outside of the river. But again, when you all came down and looked at it, you saw that all of this is taking place in an area that's already been disturbed. It's already been planted and lawned and landscaped. So we're not disturbing riverfront area that hasn't been touched already.
But you're building in the riverfront.
We are paving and putting in stormwater management in the riverfront. Yes.
Through the chair, I mean, last meeting I brought up the issue of why can't you add a second floor to the new proposed structure? You could basically reduce the structure by half by adding a second floor.
And I believe I've mentioned to answer that this is for disabled people, and I believe they prefer to have them on one floor.
Are they physically disabled people, or are they hearing impaired?
I'm not sure. They do all different types of disabilities, but I don't know exactly who's going to be here or if it's going to be next year.
Hearing impaired.
It could be hearing impaired, but my understanding is that sometimes they have people that are visually impaired, but sometimes people that are visually impaired also have physical disabilities, and one floor living is preferable.
Well, that would solve this problem we have.
Arthur,
well,
but
again,
they can't. It needs to be one floor.
This is the program that Northeast Arc that does all of these homes for people with disabilities. This is the floor plan and the layout that they.
This is what they gave them.
We're trying to fit their plan into our Wetlands Protection Act. Doesn't seem to be going that way.
Well, we're asking you for permission. We're not forcing you to give permission. We're
Peter, I think we had this is Jack Kelty.
Hi, Jack.
Hi. I think we had the discussion with the clients about the two-story structure just not working to give them the proper flexibility. I believe that the group that wants to be on this site is at a minimum audio impaired, but there are many people for which the stairs don't make any sense and become dysfunctional. So the notion of creating a second floor in order to get ourselves out of the wetland is kind of a non-starter in terms of the care we need to give to the clientele.
Jack, I'm not sure if you I can just back up for a minute. Maybe you can speak to it a little bit.
As to the
so-
building inspector? As to the
just-
building department and the planning board?
As to how we could be allowed, now that the planning board has said that they don't have jurisdiction, how are
Okay.
we allowed to
So-
have a second single-family home?
Reason we went to the planning board was the square footage of the structure. They have jurisdiction over, they can require site plan review based on the size of the new structure. That's why we applied to go to the planning board. When we got to the planning board, we were also asking for a waiver under the subdivision control law, the rules and regulations of the planning board, in which they can approve two structures, one lot. They, in my opinion, dodged jurisdiction. I believe they had it. Even my letter to the building inspector suggests that the planning board could have taken jurisdiction but did not. That put the question of two structures, one lot squarely before the building commissioner, and I did call him today. He has had that letter for a while, and then I refreshed it with him. I brought over another copy of the letter. As of today, he told me he had forwarded it to Donald Kahn, and that he and Don Kahn were going to go over. He certainly would have jurisdiction over the issuance of a building permit. So this will be advanced in one form or the other. We, as Peter had said earlier, we are reluctant to try to pull the building forward because that would connect the buildings, because that would result in significant regrading of the property, which, as Peter has pointed out, would result further in an increase of the size of the wall on the Costa side of the property, and maybe even the need for a wall on the other side of the property. So we felt that what we're showing the board this evening is less intrusive, less impactful than joining the buildings. And as such, this is the plan we intend to advance this evening, hopefully. And at the same time, we would continue to work with the building inspector about the building commissioner about the issuance of a building permit.
But you are proposing a retaining wall on the building.
Yes,
on the
but
site.
I believe the retaining wall would be higher on both sides.
Okay, I mean, that to me is not, it's not a reason that a different configuration couldn't be maybe presented such that you could be further away from the resource area. And I think we talked about handicap ramps one before, but you can switch back those in with different opportunities so that you can get closer to the front of the property. At least, I obviously didn't do it. I didn't do the engineering on the site, so I'm not going to criticize that. But it seems that there's this possibility that the building could be moved and some other things. Maybe it's going to cost more, but possibility getting it outside the.
And just to add to that, Mike, I don't know if the applicant ever showed an alternatives analysis that would kind of demonstrate that there's no other alternative other than this, what's being currently shown. Am I correct, Lucia and Mike Rizzo? That
Yes,
they,
through the chair, I believe that was discussed last meeting. Mike wasn't here, and I think they said there is no alternative analysis because there is no alternative analysis, because this is what they want. I think that was I believe, Peter, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what you said, though.
We did do an alternatives analysis, Lucia. It's been since February, so I haven't reread it in a while, but I know you did discuss it with me, and then you may have just discussed it with Justine. But I have not, but to answer your question, not sure who brought it up, but we did provide an alternatives analysis. I just don't have
Okay.
my hands on it right now.
Okay.
I don't think I saw one, just saying, and I think the last meeting we did talk about it, but anywho, through the chair, at the site visit, again, if you guys are thinking about voting on this favorably at the site visit, we did discuss the EV charging station being removed out of the riverfront, the trash being taken out of the riverfront, a standalone riverfront mitigation enhancement plan, a narrative and a standalone plan, and granite markers. And we still haven't, the EV charging station is still on the plan. I haven't received any standalone riverfront enhancement or mitigation under 310 CMR 10.58. If you are allowing them to do work in the riverfront, they do have to make it better. I'm assuming he's going to say the stormwater is going to make it better, but in my opinion, the stormwater, they're required to do that stormwater. And we could ask for a standalone plan and no disturb zone. So that's up to you guys if you are going to vote on this favorably.
So
I did have
Lucia,
a-
the trash
I
is
did-
outside of the riverfront. The EV charging station, typically the fire department want those as far away from the dwellings as possible. So ultimately, that would be the fire department that would most likely tell you where that would go. We did talk about putting in granite markers, but as I mentioned to you out in the field, we don't usually put those on until the commission tells us how many they would like, and then we would show them on a plan. As far as an enhancement area, I did mention to you that we would absolutely add more plantings. We did add more plantings to another to the site plan that we submitted to the planning board, but since we didn't get a chance to share that with you because it was withdrawn, we'd certainly be more than happy to provide it to you. But as far as the stormwater management, we're not doing the stormwater management as an enhancement. We're doing the stormwater management because it's required. I'm not 100% certain why someone feels that a stormwater management area, a subsurface infiltration area, somehow is going to negatively impact the resource area when these things are used all of the time to actually improve the water quality of the wetlands in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the riverfront area. So I'm not sure how on one hand they're an enhancement and their protection, and on the other hand they're going to somehow danger.
I think you might be putting words in my mouth through the chair if you're saying that I just said that, because I'm saying that under 310 CMR 10.58 riverfront redevelopment, you guys are supposed to, and I'm just gonna, I'm not gonna say exactly what it says, but it says that you're supposed to be making the area better. And normally that would be riverfront enhancement, like you would actually plant some plants in the riverfront or something.
Yeah.
And sometimes engineers say that their stormwater, that's how they're making the site better. So I don't know if you're thinking I said that, but that's not what I said.
Nope.
I believe
No.
your stormwater is appropriate, and I believe your stormwater is going to fix what you're doing on this site. But I also think that the commission has every right to ask for plantings in the back there. It's all grass right now. And normally we would have already had that here, so we could have looked at it before tonight. And this isn't the first time I've asked. I feel like I've asked for this multiple times, and I keep getting the, well, we don't want to put the granite markers. I don't know. Does the commission want, like, if you guys are going to vote for this, don't you guys want granite markers and buffer zone and riverfront restoration? I mean, I
Lucia,
think if we're letting them put this big house in a parking lot, we should be getting some benefit for the environment.
We were asked to skip the last meeting. I have a planting plan and a landscaping plan that was to be submitted to the planning board. It was withdrawn. We're now back before you to discuss the other issues. I will give you the entire site plan set that was given to the planning board. It's just we're trying to keep you up to date that it was withdrawn. So as far as the markers go, we have no problem putting in markers. We have no problem. As a matter of fact, I've put in a lot of different shrubs and trees in that area, and that was in response to what we talked about out in the field. It just seemed that the last really big issue that everybody was having was the issue about, was the planning board going to approve this? And we're just trying to bring you back up to speed as to what happened and what didn't happen. I will send you the full set of site plans tomorrow, and you can certainly have it. We were planning on most likely continuing tonight anyways. Just wanted to let you know what had happened, because this seemed to be a kind of a big issue of contention for the commission, which I do understand. But we have done what you've asked. It's just this has gone in kind of a strange order, and this has been sort of a strange procedure.
So Peter, are we asking for a continuance in order to provide the board with the several things they asked for?
I think a couple things. One, I'd like to give them the site plan that we did for the planning board. And two, it would be nice if we could have the commission understand or agree that what we're planning on doing here, and I think it was member Valdi or somebody earlier did mention that even if this commission does approve this, it's up to the building commissioner to issue a building permit.
Good luck to him. Strange dude. I just did his plan right.
I had a question regarding the subsurface stormwater infiltration chambers and their construction. And my question is,
Absolutely.
Keeping with the peak flow water levels, I just was looking at the finished grade, the bottom of the chambers is elevation 50, yet your peak flow water level for a 10-year storm and a 2-year is up at elevation 5116. Is that an issue? Is that
What's your question, Chairman Rizzo?
But for the 2-year and 10-year stormwater, the peak flow water level is 5116, which for the 10-year, which is above the bottom of the chambers. And does that affect the design or the capacity?
Nope, not at all. The more head you get on it, the faster it infiltrates. The only time it ever becomes a problem with these is if the water level gets high enough so that it backs up and overflows back through the catch basin. So
that won't happen either the 210 or 100-year storm.
No. The rim of the catch basin. Go ahead.
There doesn't need to be the 2-foot separation, Peter. I always thought.
Well, no, there's a 2-foot separation minimum between the bottom of the system and groundwater, but we have that and more. No, you're talking about
something else, a little different.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, this was just for the peak flow.
Typically, you want the 100 years. If you're trying to capture the entire 100-year storm, you just want to make sure that the 100-year storm level is contained either in the chambers or, in other cases, in the stone above. So in this case, the top of the chambers is at elevation 52.75, and the 100-year storm is 52.76, and then there's another 6 inches of stone on top of that. So we just want to make sure that's not going to bubble up back through the catch basin and overflow. And it won't do that.
Okay, is there any more questions on the commission? Again, I still have my concerns. I feel this is build on a site this size. And I'm just looking opportunity to get the work outside the buffer zone and the riverfront. So with that,
Chairman Rizzo, just again, even if I were to take that building, slide it all the way up and touch the addition that's on. So right now they're 20.5 feet. Even if I were to slide that all the way up and we build it right on the exterior wall of that addition, I still would not be able to get everything outside of the 200-foot riverfront area. So I believe somebody asked me that out in the field, like, is it possible to still do this project and get everything outside of the 200-foot riverfront area? The answer will be no. something would still be inside that.
Through the chair, before we go on to the public comment, there's a bunch of hands up, just FYI, but I wanted to give you guys the exact reference. It's 10.58 parentheses 5 parentheses little a, and it says proposed work shall result in an improvement over existing conditions of the capacity of the riverfront area to protect the interests identified in the Wetlands Protection Act. So that means you guys can ask for plantings in some sort of mitigation zone, riverfront enhancement area. Right now they have snow storage where I think plantings would go nice.
Apparently he has, just didn't submit the plan.
Can everybody, hang on 1 second. Sorry, Lucia, I just wanted to
Thank you,
look this up.
Lucia.
Can everybody see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the planting plan that we that I'm going to send to you. Out in the field, it was asked about the 4 trees that we're going to lose, so we decided to add 4 more trees. Right out, one inside the riverfront, one right at the riverfront, and 2 at the entrance. We were asked if we could possibly screen from Mrs. Costa, which is why we moved the driveway over a bit. So we were going to put a row of screen and plantings along the property line to her side. We did also want to put some screening around the patio. And then, yes, we do need area for snow storage, because that's one of the things that, we're required to do is put snow in areas that are permeable. However, we're certainly willing to, and if the commission wants to ask us to add additional plantings, we certainly could. But this is what we just came up with as a result of our meeting up in the field. Was, is there a way to put those 4 trees back? And that's what we did. And then can we add some more screening with the neighbors? We certainly can, on both sides. This already has a pretty good tree line here, which we were just planning on keeping, with a fence for screening here. So I will send this over to Lucia tomorrow, and we can talk about it. As far as in this area, I was planning on doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 monuments. If you want stone monuments, we can do that. If you want pressure treated monuments with placards, we could do that. Whatever the commission feels would fit in better here. We're open to it.
What? How about stone monuments? Gonna let go. We on?
Chairman Rizzo, should we allow the public to speak yet or no?
Does anybody in the commission have any other questions? I believe that originally there was city council.
Yes, I've promoted him to panelist. He did have his hand raised. He is still a panelist. Counselor Hoffman, if you want to speak.
Yes.
Yes, so thank you, Chairman Rizzo. Thank you, Ms. Del Negro. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today, and I've listened to this conversation for a couple of meetings now. I'm going to reserve my comments about the project generally because it appears as if this is going to be continued. It sounds like the commission, I share the thoughts of the commission that there's a hope to get this project approved, but not necessarily in the capacity in which it's presented or the manner in which it's presented. Like I said, I'll reserve my thoughts on that. I apologize. I don't know. Is it Peter, the engineer?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but your screen shows Williams Briggs now. That may be your firm.
I guess that's my login. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And if it's okay if I call you Peter, as I refer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, you made a comment about the difficulty, the danger, not difficulty, the danger of getting in and out of this site. And it is. I knew the former residents of this property when it was a single family home. and I've been to this property on several occasions, and it is extremely dangerous. And I don't know if it's you or Mr. Kilty, Attorney Kilty. I was going to call somebody. There's no parking on the northbound side of Lowell Street in front of this house. And so I know that there's been some work that's being done on the property, and I pass this property every day several times to get to and from various places, and it seems like construction vehicles, mainly pickup trucks, I don't think it's anything really larger than pickup trucks, are parked on the northbound side of Lowell Street, which I think enhances the dangerousness of the area. So I was going to call, like I said, tomorrow. I didn't mean to bring it up tonight, but we're here. So if you can please just ask the client to have their contractors or subcontractors not park. They are permitted to park on the southbound side of Lowell Street. They would just have to physically walk across the street. And I think it's a reason for that. It's just safer. So if you can do that, I'd appreciate it. So I don't have to put it in the form of an email. And then, like I said, I'll reserve.
There's workers on this site, you're saying, that are parking in front?
Yeah, I've witnessed it myself several times.
Okay, I'll email. I'll email.
No,
them.
and I don't think it's, I'm not, I don't think it's malicious. I think it's probably just people wanting to park as close as they can to where they have to carry their stuff. It's just causes a greater danger to the general public.
We'll certainly carry that to our client.
Yeah, and that's all. That's all I really have to say for tonight. Like I said, I'll wait to see further drawings and things before I comment on the project generally. Okay. Thanks for the chance to speak tonight. I appreciate it.
Okay, there are hands in the audience. May I allow them to speak through the chair?
Yes. Yes.
All right, I'm going to unmute you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Taras Kucherenko, 5B Karelitz Road. Still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time and extending this meeting quite a while so that the Mr. Kilty could get online. You know, he's a professional. I would expect him to be able to get online quite fast and swiftly. Ms. Amanda Green, please know that we support you. So certainly, I hope that you do not choose to recuse yourself from voting. Next, we heard a lot from the council and one of the design guys, sorry, I don't remember your name, about what they want, what their customer wants. But what about what 122 people who signed the petition opposing this development want? All taxpayers of this city. So I'll start out with that. I'd like to ask the commission for full denial of this notice of intent. I think we've been through a few meetings discussing this now, and as we saw from the building department, and as somebody insinuated, nobody wants to touch this. So I think approval here would allow the council to move forward using different avenues and try to pry their way into general approval. So I hope we deny this fully. The project fails to meet the mandatory performance standards for work in riverfront area. The whole parking lot and the EV charger is in the riverfront, as well as snow storage. Now that's going to accumulate with salt. Cars are going to park there. Oil is going to drip. Not everybody drives a brand new 2026, 25 vehicle. So that's a huge hazard. Now the site plan does grow the impervious surfaces by about 4x, as it was mentioned before, from about 4,000 square foot to 13,000 square foot proposed. That's a net gain of 9,000 square feet. In addition of the EV charging station inside the 200 Riverfront, as I just mentioned, which adds electrical infrastructure and hardscape in the most sensitive areas inside the riverfront. Now, due to the higher elevation of Lowell Street, where the beginning of the property is, the site's elevation and grading will direct absolutely all stormwater runoff directly into the wetlands and the buffer zone, and the melt as well from the snow to Proctor Brook 2. This increases the risk of pollution and flooding, even in the 200-year event, if we look at it that way, where we would flood those catch basins out. Now, under 310 CMR 10.58(5)(a), redevelopment work, which this would be in previously developed riverfront area, must result in an improvement, as Lucia stated before, over existing conditions of the capacity of the riverfront area to protect the interest identified in MGLC 13140. I just wanted to reiterate that. Tripling the impervious surfaces and adding an EV charging station moves the project in the opposite direction of improvement. The February 9, 2026 Stormwater Report claims compliance with general DEP standards 1 through 10, but it provides no site-specific demonstration that the riverfront area itself will be improved. Now, we heard that there's plans and it was going to be presented and it will be submitted, but again, the council had numerous occasions to present this information. And again, today we wasted 45 minutes waiting for the council to call in. I was here, 122 residents who signed the petitions were here. Other people on the phone are here, you guys are here. We give a lot of grace to the council. Now, infiltration chambers and modeling at the buffer zone edge do not satisfy the riverfront specific performance standards. Now, the project also violates the location and placement rules in 310 CMR 10.58(5)(c) and D. Proposed work shall not be located closer to the river than existing conditions, or 100 feet, whichever is less, and must be sited toward the outer boundary of the riverfront area, which it is, but still does not comply. The new building, parking lot, and the V charging station, which is crazy to me, push development deeper into the regulated zone. Step deeper and deeper. Then there will be walkways and pathways where people will hang out and litter. The project is presented as 2 single-family equivalents, yet it includes a 10-space parking lot and EV charging station for group residents' use. There will be also visitors. The 10-space parking lot is for the vehicles that will come there every day and will continue to add traffic and pollution in the riverfront area daily. This certainly exceeds what even two typical single-family homes would generate. This is a business. Although not for profit, it's a big business. Cumulative impacts with the neighborhood and development at 309 Lowell Street, a proposal have not been analyzed at all. They take in individual properties and saying we have storm drains, we have this, but now we're talking about multiple developments where the council is representing both of the parties. So cumulatively, this will be a huge impact and devastating impact to the Proctor Brooks waterfront area. Now, to close, because this project cannot meet the mandatory improvement and location standards in 310 CMR 10.58(5), I asked the commission to fully deny the notice of intent. We've given enough time, and the people of Peabody have spent a lot of time participating in all these meetings, and they cannot continue to be dragged along with continuations to the next meeting, month after month. Thank you.
There's some more hands. I'm gonna go and unmute them. I am unmuting an iPhone. Please say your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Bob Costa, 305 Lowell Street. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I am right next door to both these projects. I'm watching this 303 on a daily basis, and this June 10th meeting is nothing but a repeat of the April meeting. They still don't have permission to build. They've been kicked out of the planning board. No one wants to make any kind of decisions whether this project should go ahead. We're still in an R2 zone where 2 buildings on 1 lot is not permitted. This is not a single family residence. This is a tenant residence. The parking lot area is going to provide noise It's going to provide traffic on a daily basis, and that's for the abutters. I don't think anyone on this panel or this commission would allow any of this to happen beside their residents. Once again, we're still in an R2 zone. There shouldn't be any special privileges for Heritage or Northeast Arc to build another building on this property. There've been a handful of abutters that have tried to do this and been denied. And they tried to build a building, a house, for their own family. Now, I think that's the special privilege, not the one that's going to have tenants and profit from it. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
There are a few more hands. I'm gonna allow the next person. Please say your name and address again for the record. And through the chair, I believe I did ask for, I could have sworn we talked about this at the May hearing and that I did ask for all those things again, unless I'm confusing this with the other one. But in our local regs, if we continuously ask and they do not submit, that is reason for denial right there. But anyway, I am going to unmute.
We didn't have a May meeting.
Please say your name and address for the record.
We did have a May meeting. You weren't here.
We were asked to continue so we could see what the planning board said.
I believe your attorney was here, so you would have to discuss that with your attorney. Tammy, I believe I just unmuted you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Tammy Gitter, 7B Correllitz Road. Again, in opposition to this, based on flooding concerns, stormwater runoff, safety, as everyone has said, trying to get in and out of that driveway onto Lowell Street. There may be folks here that go to a day program. There's going to be small buses or vans coming and going. There's going to be staff members coming and going. It just doesn't make sense. So I have the same sentiments that Taras had and that Bob Costa had. So just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you for listening.
All right, one more person, name and address for the record when I unmute you, please. John, you should be.
John decided not to speak to the.
Mr. Goulos, you should be unmuted.
Oh, there it is.
I am promoting Mr. Goulos as a panelist. It seems everyone is having issues with their computer tonight.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. My name is John Goulis, and I live at 299 Lowell Street. Well, first of all, I want to state the ARC does exceptional work, and probably my wife and Valerie and I will probably volunteer our time with them sometimes when they do move in. However, the project does not look like a residential project. It looks more like a college campus. The amount of traffic that's going to create on Lowell Street is going to be dangerous. It's dangerous now. The extension off the back of the house right now is perfect. What they should have done was maybe expand it. And as far as the second building, yes, I understand because of the disabilities that some of these individuals have. Being a ranch house or a ranch building is more prevalent and it's better, but you could also put an elevator in. But the building is too big. That building is way too big for the area, and it doesn't look like a residential area. And I will also state, my wife and I tried to do the same thing, I want to say about 6 or 7 years ago, and we got turned down by the planning board in Peabody. Now, I'm sure some of the things that we were doing were a little bit different, but we were doing a residential expansion in the back, and it got turned down. So, as I said, I'm 200% behind the ARC. I know personally what they do because we have a family member that was involved with them since birth. And as far as that building is concerned, it's looking like a college campus, and I'm totally against the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that is it for now.
Okay. What's the commission want to do on this project? We're looking to get another plan with some landscaping on it.
Through the chair, if I could just make one additional comment. So we
Sure.
did meet on this briefly in the May meeting. Attorney Kelty was present and did ask for a continuance. I know we're working on finalizing the minutes, but I do take detailed notes in these meetings so I can approve the minutes. And I do have noted that Lucia was very clear about asking about removing the charging station, potentially a snow storage plan, plantings, trash management plan, the granite markers as well, for also riverfront enhancement plan. So those were asked. I know the planning board was on the 7th of May, so I do think that there was opportunity to submit those updated planting plans to us during that time, given that was over a month ago. So I don't think waiting for that outcome to submit anything to us, there's been time to get documents in for this meeting. So I just wanted to note that.
Jamie, I'm sorry. I wasn't at that meeting and I apologize. I did go looking for the minutes. I did not find them, nor did I ever receive a list that you're talking about. So it was not done
Chair,
intentional.
it was sent to Attorney Kelty. I apologize. I figured the attorney would share it with you. The minutes, you could have just asked me for them, emailed me for them. Anytime anyone,
I'm not
videos
looking-
are
no.
on Peabody Access TV. They're on Zoom. They're on YouTube. Pretty much like within 24 to 48 hours after the meeting, they're already online.
Lucia, I'm taking responsibility myself. I'm not blaming anybody. If I had the list, it's my fault, not yours. I should have asked. So it was not intentional, my fault. So please, I'm not trying to blame anybody else other than myself. So I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Lucia, can I say one more thing?
Certainly.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate Mr. Williams Sparagus taking accountability and responsibility for not following through on what they needed to follow through on, but they had plenty of opportunities. Again, the citizens showed up in numbers. We're here every meeting since the first continuance. And, we come prepared as well to speak against this development. So I would like to ask for the commission to deny this notice of intent completely today. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're just going to have to continue.
Okay. What's the commission want to do in this?
Through the
Right.
chair, before you guys do whatever you're gonna do, Peter, at the site visit, I know I said we wanted the EV charging station out of there, and you gave a different response tonight at the meeting. Tonight at the meeting, you said, well, that's fire and that's where it's going. But at the site visit, you said, no problem, get it out. We don't even want it there. So where was the change from the April site visit to now? Because I'm pretty sure someone else must have heard him say that you guys didn't want, you
yeah.
guys don't even want the EV anyway. You were
I
like, oh,
heard it.
great, yeah, we'll get rid of it. I thought that's the way it went.
Yeah.
You know, that could have happened. And I apologize. However, I've just been to 2 or 3 site visits down in the city of Revere, and they're not optional anymore. And the fire department wants them as far away from the dwellings as possible. And however, let me just say this: if there's an opportunity to move it, we will move it.
All right, so that just says, so if it is going to stay there, and I'm a big nerd back here, I would suggest coming up, with some sort of contingency plan, like so that the people who are working there, if there is a fire, because there was just a fire in Winthrop like a couple days ago. I don't know if you guys saw it. It caught 2 houses on fire. So if there is a fire, what are you guys going to do? It sounds like you got there's a way that you build it, and there's a preparation so that when the fire department does show up, because remember, these charging stations are putting our guys, our people, our men and women
So
in
I'll
a
go
harm's
back-
way. They
I'll
have
go
to
back
use,
to
can
the-
I just finish speaking? They have to
Yep,
use
sorry.
chemicals. They can't use water. So now we got chemicals. So that's great. Fire, I get why fire wants it where they want it. And we also, as a commission, I don't feel like we have to allow it. I mean,
So
this is
my
all very
understanding is-
new, and I don't think the fire department would want it next to the riverfront either.
So my understanding is that all parking spaces in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, 20% of them have to be either EV or EV ready. So that's not my rule, it's the Commonwealth's rule. And in talking to a few of the different fire chiefs, kind of like what you just said, if there's an EV station right next to a house, it's going to catch the house on fire. So they like to have the EV stations away from the houses. So the furthest point away from the house would be down where I showed it. However, you know,
That
But
just
through
goes to
through
the point.
through the chair, so I'm confused. So if a new house gets built somewhere, they have to have a charging station, or is it because
No.
this isn't a single family house? This is it's commercial property, basically, is what it is. Is that it's because it's commercial?
maybe we don't have to show it at all. We could ask, like I said, Lucia, we were told we had to go for site plan review. And then when we got for site plan review, they were told that we weren't going for site plan review. Normally, I would get an answer from the city as to whether or not they would require it or not. So if there's an opportunity to remove it, I'd like to remove it. I'll ask.
I think so. I think Lucia's making very valid points, and you need to find that out, Mr. Blaisdell.
Will do.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I just think this meeting shows that there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that we should deny this project. Thank you.
Based on what?
You're at the meeting.
Based on everything I presented, I agree. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the wish of the commission? You are willing to continue this to our next meeting to get all this data and information we want and we need?
Through the
Oh,
chair,
yeah.
it seems to be building commissioner and the planning board and the step whether I'm not gonna vote for, to allow 2 separate structures on a single parcel of land. That would set precedent for the whole city, that people be, running to City Hall to try to get in line to do that. So, that is an issue that doesn't seem to be resolving very, very quickly.
No,
And
I agree.
we're in no position to assume what's going to happen with that. So I think continuance to keep the issue alive. Maybe we will see some action from the legal department or the building commissioner as to whether you can have two separate structures on a single parcel of land.
Through the chair,
Yes,
I think that I agree with Arthur, but I just want to point out, Arthur, that the state law allows two separate sections, not to this extent, but ADUs are going to be coming, and they're going to be separate.
Bruce, an ADU has to be that like one, has a certain size restrictions and
Correct. I agree.
dimension restrictions about.
I agree. But there are going to be multiple buildings on these lots.
Right.
Yeah.
But the
that's not, ADUs are very small. I think they're 800 square feet.
Yeah, that's not a good
Right.
comparison, right?
Through the chair, I just want to say that Counselor Hockman had his hand raised again, and also a resident again. I'm not sure if Jared, Counselor, you had your hand raised on purpose. Sorry.
Yeah, I did. To Bruce's point, and I think some commissioners responded, ADUs are a completely different animal. I think we're working on that now, and it is 800, 900 square feet is the limitation. And I don't think ADUs are permitted in a resource area without Conservation Commission approval anyway. It doesn't suspend your authority in Riverfront or in any other jurisdictional area. And I guess, if we're talking about the possibility of denying this application at this point, I will speak a little substantively on it, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
sure. Yes,
Sure. So I'm sympathetic to the population that Northeast Arc takes care of. I mean, they take care of people who may not have anyone to take care of themselves. I was a little disturbed by the rationale that I heard tonight as to why not join these two buildings. The new building's going to require a sprinkler system, which seems appropriate for its size and for the population it's going to serve. To have adults, or I think it's mainly adults who have disabilities, and I think it was auditory disabilities that we heard some of the residents would have, and not upgrade the existing structure as the reason for not combining these two separate houses is quite disturbing. I don't know that I'd want, and I don't know the regs on the state side of it, but I don't know that I'd want to have disabled adults residing in a property that didn't have strobe lights or enhanced fire protection measures, maybe, even sprinklers if warranted. And that didn't quite sit right as far as a reason that this second building can't be moved further or closer to and even adjoining the existing structure. So, and that's not a conservation issue. So I was kind of holding off on that, but as a counselor, as a resident, and I also don't see how planning board punted on this. I agree with Attorney Kilty. I think it's wholly within their purview. It's a change in use. It's impermissible to have two single-family houses in R2 district. I think Commissioner Athos is right. If this were to get approved, every single resident in the city would run, not just for an ADU, Commissioner Comack, but for single-family dwellings and maybe multi-family dwellings. I think several commissioners have opined that this isn't a single-family house; it's a commercial residence. So, in any event, I'm not telling the commission, whether to, I used to sit there and I was usually fairly generous with continuances when an applicant requested it, particularly in these circumstances where there are other balloons up in the air that are unanswered. But, I'm not persuading the commission to act in any capacity at all, is what I'm saying. I just wanted to express those concerns while I had an opportunity.
Thank you, Jared. Okay,
I'll make a motion to deny the project, close the public hearing, deny the project.
well, it's one thing at a time. So if we make a motion to close the public hearing, we have to make a decision whether to issue an order of conditions or to deny the project. And is the commission ready to make that choice? I know we have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, seeing two houses, two buildings on one lot. I mean, I know with the Conservation Commission, but it seems like the Conservation Commission right now is the only life that these neighbors have with regard to whether something gets built here. And I firmly believe this is really packing a lot of building and driveway and on a small piece of property right along our riverfront. Building and driveway and touching, and we have the right to protect somebody's phone, somebody's getting feedback from somebody. But
Yeah, Jack, can you please mute yourself? It won't let me mute you.
and we don't have to approve a project. We have the right to protect the resource area and the riverfront, and we can ask to move everything out of the riverfront. Unless it's not possible, and I'm not so convinced that it's not possible, that this project could be revised such that we could get all the work outside the riverfront. And so,
we haven't asked for a floor plan that shows what's this new structure is, how it's laid out, what's the purpose for each section of the building. Is that in my previous days of old, for properties and we don't usually do that for residential structures, but this is faring on a different kind of scale.
yeah.
Has any architectural
So
floor
we
plans
need, we need
been
to, we
prepared?
have to we need to make a decision. We still have another similar project before us tonight, so we need to decide whether we're gonna close the public hearing or continue this. I'm willing to continue this, in hopes of maybe getting some answers on some questions that I might have. But that's just me.
And through the chair, I like the suggestion, Chairman Rizzo, that you made, that as a philosophy or a structure, that we want everything to be outside of the riverfront. And for them to take whatever they want, their plan, and to adjust it to what we as a Conservation Commission wants to protect that riverfront. And I'm sure they can come up with something. But anyways, I like that idea.
I believe that's been asked and unanswered on many occasions, as Commissioner Harrop had indicated.
Okay, well, folks, what shall we do? I need one or two motions.
Motion again to
Continue.
close the public hearing.
So there's a motion on the floor to close the public hearing. Is there a second? If there is not a second, we will move to another motion.
I second.
All right, motion to close was made by Green, seconded by Harrop. Roll call. Rizzo,
No.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
No.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4 to 2 with Rizzo and Comac voting no. So as of right now, it's closed. Again, you guys can reopen it if you can't figure out what you want to do.
Okay, I think if I had some more answers, on this property, or the philosophy behind having two buildings on one property, two homes on one property, separate homes. I can't help but feel that in an R2 district, you can't have two buildings, two homes. And I'm not supposed to be voting on something for that reason. If I had to, I would. But I'm looking for an opportunity to give the petitioner a way to move the building around, make it smaller, maybe make 4 bedrooms instead of 6 bedrooms. So the site could be smaller and you can get all the work outside the riverfront. But it certainly still doesn't make the other question go away.
So we could close the public hearing, which we just did.
We just did. So now we have to,
So-
we need to vote. We need to either vote to close the public hearing, to vote to issue an order of conditions or deny the product, or deny the project, or motion to reopen the public hearing to discuss this further.
Tonight?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to deny the project.
I have a motion, I have a motion on the floor to deny the project. Do I have a second?
We should establish some purposes, right? For why, give some, like, at least 1 or 2 or 3 purposes, or one being that's outside, it's in work inside the riverfront. But we can, all the things that were happened tonight, we probably could come up with 3 top reasons why, right?
Yep, I'm sure we could.
So go ahead,
Motion.
Is there a second on that motion?
Yes, I second.
Arthur did it.
Arthur? All right, do you want me to do a roll call first to see if it passes? And then if it passes, we will go through 310 CMR and chapter 32?
Yeah.
Is that what you want first? To see if it passes? And because if it doesn't pass, you guys are gonna have to reopen it, because I wouldn't support you guys issuing an order tonight without that, all those extra things I've been asking for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so right now there's a motion to deny made by Green, seconded by Athos. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi.
For denial, yes.
Yes. Yes, for denial. Say again.
Yes.
All right, Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Colmac,
No.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so 5-1 with Bruce voting no, you are denying it. But there should be some reasons in my memo. But if you guys want me to, I got it in front of me. Give me some.
Absolutely.
So under chapter 32, I believe you could deny it under 32-22 A, B, D, E, 3230 B, C, D, 3233 no disturb presumption, 3235 rivers and streams, 3238 dimensional regs, driveways and utility connections should be installed as far as practicable from the resource, 3254 generally, 3260 generally, in Article 11, Section 3250 for the burden of proof. And then there's all the, in addition to the commission normally denies things under, there's like 6, a few things that you guys, normally it's the protect resource areas because activities undertaken in close proximity to resource area will result in alteration of resource area. I mean, we don't need to, those are ones you guys normally add on. 310 CMR, I think the one I said 310 CMR 10.58 parentheses 5 parentheses A, as we have been asking for those plantings and a standalone plan. I know I certainly have been. And
Alternatives
I think
analysis
3,
too?
what?
Can you include an alternatives analysis was not provided?
Yep, I'm looking for that 310 CMR 10.583 presumption. I believe where a proposed activity involved works within the riverfront, the issuing authority shall presume that the area is significant to protect the private and public water supply, ground supply. So I think you could do it under that 10.583, 10.584.
Lucia, for the
10 point-
alternative analysis, would it be 10.56C, I think?
Probably, yes. Where's
You were flowing and I just stopped you.
Yeah,
I
no, that's
apologize.
okay. That's fine. I'm looking for it. I know I had a whole thing on here about alternative analysis. But I think we've said enough that that should be,
Suffice, yeah.
yeah. Oh, here we go. Reasons tonight, alternative analysis. Oh, and we never got the riverfront checklist. I've been asking both on both of them. I've been asking for the riverfront checklist. I don't think I received it on this one. But yes, an alternative analysis would also be an alternative analysis was not submitted because I don't believe I ever seen one. So that would mean the project is denied for all those reasons, 5-1, Bruce voting no. So that's it for this. Moving on to the next one.
Okay. So we're gonna go back to 3 then. Go back to item number 3, 309 Lowell Street.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, item number 3, it's a continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by John R. Kelty Esquire, legal counsel for Cosma and Zoe Evangelidis, owner. The proposed project consists of the construction of two duplexes, driveways, utilities, and invasive species. Work on the riverfront and buffer zone to a BBW. The property is known as 309 Lowell Street, map 62, lot 005 in the city of Peabody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jack Kelty, attorney for the applicant. Since our last meeting and since the site visit, we have taken the opportunity to present the board with the commission with a new plan. The new plan shows the existing conditions, and we've removed one entire lot, which would have, as initially proposed, would have housed a duplex. We now are showing open land adjacent to the duplex, which is the closest to Lowell Street. We have removed the duplex to the that's the north, to the north of the proposed duplex, and with that, we're hopeful that the board is amenable to an approval of the project that they have before them this evening, which is one duplex on a lot in conformity with zoning. We have added also, when we changed the plan, we've also added some grass block pavers to allow turnaround on the property so that there would be no issue of backing out onto North Shore Road. The turnarounds provide the opportunity to access and make a turnaround, drive in, drive out, facing forward. We believe this is a better treatment of the wetland area, and our impacts upon it are diminished. And we are hopeful that the board will consider approval of this plan.
Okay. And so as I look at this, first of all, I look at this as one property. I know there's lines drawn on here to cut the property up. I don't know if that's been recorded. But
The A&R plan has been signed, but it is not recorded.
okay, so all right, well.
If you were to approve this, if you approve this plan, we would present a further plan to as an A&R, so that it would conform to what you're seeing before you this evening. We've not yet done that with the planning board.
Well, I think again, like when I look at this as a home in an R2 district with adjacent to the riverfront, adjacent to a riverfront and the BBW, we would certainly look at this site if it was to be worked on or a change to its existing conditions, that all such work, given where it is, along the riverfront here, I would look to see that no work, absolutely no buildings would be constructed within the resource area, the riverfront and the buffer zone. But I'm not seeing that here with this plan. And so I have concerns with that.
Could you have are you looking for a restriction on the plan?
No, I would like to see all the work outside the riverfront.
The riverfront jurisdiction line runs right through essentially the middle of the proposed duplex.
Yeah, so that's my point is, why are you here tonight? Putting a building right in the riverfront and.
In the riverfront jurisdiction.
Yes.
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 I mean, the
to us,
river is pretty distant, and that's also the Proctor Brook, which we're building a bicycle path immediately adjacent to.
Through
On
the
the other
chair,
side.
riverfront is considered resource, so the 200 feet from the top of the bank out, that is 100% considered resource. So it is riverfront resource.
Okay, I would concede that. I just.
Yeah. So to me, it's like, to add another lot to here, and then come to us, expect us to approve this when we have concerns, that you've created that condition, you created that hardship. You've come to us with something that you've stuck a building inside, in an area that's inside the resource area, where we would look to have the opportunity to not have work in the resource area. So I have a problem with that from the beginning. I think I've stated that in the past. I still feel the same way. And the building doesn't, I know that I don't know why I know we have two plans, but why this plan with the revised change doesn't show the existing house on the other lot, that we can even look at that and see comparisons. It's missing. It was taken off for some reason. It was removed from this.
It was
from
never
the-
on. It was
It's on the
never
other
on
plan.
sheet. It's on sheet 1.
It's on the existing plan, but the proposed plan you're presenting us now doesn't show that house. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's still part of the same property. It's not showing the building.
What?
I don't know why why that was taken out.
We show the barn.
Yeah, the barn's there, but
We
not the
don't
house.
show on sheet 1 of 2. We don't show
The dwelling. Which in my opinion, is part of
the
this whole
existing
plot.
house does show
Yeah.
on sheet 2. So the filing was for the new construction, which is all shown on sheet 1. Sheet 2 shows the location of the existing structure.
Yeah. No, well, no, am I looking at it? Hold on, I got this, I'm blowing up, I have it blown up on my. I'm not looking at a sheet number, because.
Is it possible to bring up the sheet
The
that you?
site, yeah, the site development permit plan
Yes,
doesn't show the house, the adjacent
it
house.
does not. And that's sheet 1 of 2 sheets, correct?
Yeah, I think it should be on that sheet. I think it should be on there. We should be able to see that. Because it's part of the original property. It's what. So I just, that's just a point of.
We
I'd
didn't
like-
show it only because the filing was for the new construction.
Yes, I agree. I understand, but it's like, I
Oh.
don't know why you did. I just don't know why you didn't leave it there, because to me, this is one
Would
lot
it help the
still.
commission if we added it, came back again and added that structure to the sheet which represents the development?
Well, for now, I made it as a comment. If we do continue and when come back to discuss this further, I would like to see that on there.
Happy to do that.
Okay.
Through the chair, the commission, I believe, did ask for a lot of things, and I have not received anything from Attorney Kelty, and I sent him the minutes, and I told him, and I asked him numerous times for the paperwork, and I think at the last meeting I said that you guys had every right to deny the project if he once again did not bring the items that we requested or the revisions that we requested. All I got from him was that letter about Amanda and the letter that he sent to Tom St. Pierre. He did not submit what we requested. It should be in my notes, and I should have shared the May minutes with you guys specifically for what you asked for.
We felt that the redevelopment performance standards weren't applicable. They didn't, our plan did not trigger the need to file with you the redevelopment performance standards.
All right, and I've said many times at many meetings, if you guys weren't filing under redevelopment, you need to explain why you aren't filing under redevelopment, because it is redevelopment, because it is one lot, and we are allowed to look at it as one lot. And it is weird that you don't put that house on there, because DEP would look at this, and so DEP seeing this, and they don't know everything that's going on in Peabody with this, and they don't know that there's a house there, so they just think this is straight away two new lots. They don't realize it's one lot that was subdivided into 3. And as someone said, the lot, one of the lots, they had to like make it look like Oklahoma to get the 7,500 square feet in there. But I can look through my notes if you guys want to know what you asked for. But again, here it goes. You asked for a standalone riverfront buffer zone enhancement plan with the survivorship blurb, like who's planting it, how are they planting it. So that would be a narrative, and then an actual plan, not just like a couple, like right now they have like some geraniums on the plan. That's really not enhancement. They're going to take all the knotweed down. That I know it's invasive, but the turkeys are using it. They're using it for protection. The no disturb markers are still in the middle of the mitigation area. I just think that's really bizarre. Like, you don't put markers in the middle of where you're planting. And again, we said the redevelopment checklist, and if not, we need a narrative as to why this isn't a redevelopment. And yep. So I asked many times. I know I have asked many, many times.
Any more questions from the commission?
One more thing, if you guys are going to vote favorably at 2 meetings now, Attorney Kilty did state that he would donate the lot closest to the river to the Conservation Commission. That is something I would fully support if they were going to donate that lot and to the city. I would suggest not putting a deed restriction because I've done a lot of research on deed restrictions in Salem, and you have to like re-record them every 30 years and it gets really complicated. So if you guys are going to vote favorably and give them another opportunities to submit those riverfront enhancement standalone plan, that is something that we should be discussing now. The deeding of that back lot to the city.
Was there an alternatives analysis done for this project?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So why isn't, see, the way to look at this, if this is one lot right now. And I mean, and if that house was on there, we could see it a little better. And if somebody wanted to add a 40 by 30 foot garage in the location where this duplex is shown, would say, oh, no, you can't do that. Move that. Get that out of the resource area. We want that outside the riverfront to the river. And so my question to you is, we'll take this house and move it outside the riverfront and change that line, change that property line.
Take the proposed house out of the
Yeah,
riverfront?
right.
I can't,
Why can't you?
because the riverfront line is there, right?
Yeah, there's no room on the other.
No,
lot.
the riverfront you can't change, but you could present a project such that it shows that you could build, if you were to subdivide that lot, you could build that house and have it completely outside our jurisdiction,
You could, not in conformance with zoning.
Tell them.
okay?
You can't do that in conformance with zoning, Mr. Chairman. There isn't enough dimensional setbacks for the proposed or existing dwelling. You need a 35-foot rear yard for the existing house, and the new house needs 10-foot side yards. That's why this house is set back where it is. Otherwise, we'd have come in with an additional one if there was room to put one there. I
And
know
that's,
you don't like the one in the riverfront, but if we could have got one out of the riverfront, we'd still be here.
and is
Now,
that,
I was kind of looking at this and I see it differently. I see this is to me, comes under segmentation where you have one property and you cut it up and now you put a house in that area and now it's in riverfront and you say, well, we can't move it. It's in the riverfront. But you put the line there, you created that hardship. You
Yes, we
created the
did,
hardship.
but the line, the line is in accordance to create the rear yard necessary for the barn and the house.
No, yeah, but you didn't give us an alternative. You didn't show us an alternative that would meet our expectations or our request to get it outside.
Mr.
Okay.
Rizzo, if we're fortunate enough to come back again, I'll be happy to give you a sketch. I'll put the existing house on both plans. And I'll show where a house could go and why it wouldn't go there without substantial zoning relief from yard setbacks, street setbacks, and probably.
Well, I certainly have a way of I know that you can move that and be outside the jurisdiction. Unfortunately, there'd be something on the property owners.
Oh.
The property owner would have to make a change to his side, the other lot, to make it work.
I'll be happy to bring a couple of sketches to you. I'll make them part of the submission as to why I don't think it's feasible. And I'll get them to you early enough that if you have
We lose you?
We lost him.
While we're waiting for Peter to come back in, can I just backtrack on the land donation thing?
Yes.
This is hearsay because it's only me who can verify this, but when I went out to the site visit, myself, I met with the 86 and 90-year-old applicant's daughter and son-in-law, and she seemed real surprised about the land donation thing. She didn't know anything about it at that time, but maybe things have changed, but I just wanted to put that out there.
I did represent that there would be a discussion about donation or restriction. The area that we were offering at that time, I have discussed with the property owners and the Deirdre and James, who you saw that day, and that line is to the west of what was going to be our second lot. On the north, I'm sorry. That's northerly, so heading more towards the apartments, the river. So that becomes a part of about half of lot 2. Are we live?
Yeah, how about any other commissioners wanted to
Just to be
discuss this?
sure, we're asking the applicant to take the single-family dwelling, the single structure that they're showing in this latest plan, and moving it outside of the 200-foot riverfront.
Well,
That's what we're asking.
Commissioner, it's the proposed dwelling is a duplex.
Right.
But what Commissioner Rizzo has been asking for is that the plan that we show the duplex on should also show the existing home,
Okay, but
which is on sheet 2. But then also, what Chris Mello has said is that we could provide, I think that Commissioner Rizzo is asking that we move the proposed duplex to a spot somewhat adjacent to the barn. And what Mr. Mello has offered is sketches to show what kind of dimensional relief that would require.
as long as it's outside of the 200-foot riverfront.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a big problem with this, putting another house there, on this property, then asking us to, you put us in a position where you created the hardship by putting a new building inside the resource area, when, doesn't have to
When
be.
in our opinion, there were no alternatives. The
Right, and
landowners have a right to utilize their property and present it to you folks for a hopeful approval. If
Well, the property
if
owner
they
has-
can't get there,
the
but we're not
property owner-
claiming a hardship.
No, you're creating the hardship because the property owner already has a home on that property. And now they're trying to subdivide it and create another home. And in doing so,
In
you're putting a
accordance with
building.
zoning,
Right, but not in accordance with DEP, because that
Correct.
becomes, my opinion, that's segmentation. And you're cutting up that lot and putting a house there and you're telling us to approve it, even though it's in the resource area. And because you have no other place to put it, and you created that hardship by creating that dimensional property line and putting the house there. And I don't have to approve that.
I understand you don't have to approve it.
Yeah. You know, so I just think that, it's a tough
Your
location.
denial will be under your bylaw and not under DEP.
Well, DEP, segmentation is,
How are we
Uh,
segmenting? This is the first
yes.
time you've ever seen any development of this property since it was built at the turn of the century.
Right, it's one lot. Now you're cutting it up and you're putting something, it's my opinion. My opinion that.
You would have a
that-
very good chance of success. Not under
No.
your bylaw, though.
So what I'm saying is I see an opportunity, that something could be done that could be completely outside the resource area.
And
And
I'm
maybe
gonna
you might
try
not,
to,
you may not like what it's gonna do to the home and the barn, but it could be done. Could be done. And that's kind of my position.
We're losing you.
If you remove the barn, and you move that building closer to Lowell Street, such that no portion of that building is inside the riverfront, you could have, that home would not be in our jurisdiction. So I see an alternative that you haven't presented that I think is relevant.
So we lost you for a moment there, Mr. Chairman, but I
I thought you
think
said,
that,
I thought you.
Yeah,
When
we
you said I
went over-
lost you, I thought you, because you didn't understand what I was saying.
so we would, I guess we have a willingness to show you what that plan would look like. With the
Okay.
removal of the barn in an effort to bring the duplex closer out of the jurisdiction.
Yes. And then you can discuss with your client about donating,
why? It's no jurisdiction anymore.
donating the remaining portion or something to that effect.
Okay, we can do that.
I don't know what the rest of the commission, that's just my observation. I was looking at this quite a bit today.
I like that idea.
And, but I'm just one person.
Through the chair, I also like that idea. And I just want to point out with both of these properties, the commission has actually tried to propose some alternatives, some solutions. I know people may not like them, but I certainly hear from our commission a willingness to try to find a path forward with suggestions. So I do like that suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
If anybody else has any questions, whether there are people here want us from the public, or I don't know if there's any, if Jared Hockman wants to speak on this matter. And I'm
Yeah,
not even trying to get a, yep, sorry, go ahead, Jared.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening to the conversation and again, I was here a few months ago listening in this and I also, like what the chairman's suggesting. And I thought that was appropriate a few months ago was, bringing this one duplex further, away from the resource area. The garage that's been dilapidated for a score or
Yeah.
more at this point. Doesn't look like it's getting renovated or anything's happening with it. So I don't know why there'd be any pushback from the applicant to level it, use that as a footprint. which they'd have a right, I think, to build on, because it's a pre-existing structure. And then expand that footprint perhaps as an accommodation to the homeowner to put a house on that's larger than the footprint of the garage. I still have traffic concerns, in this area. We talked about 303 and, the difficulty with getting in and out of that property. I don't know if moving this duplex onto the footprint of the garage allows for that turnaround that Jack, Mr. Kilty, talked about. I'd like to see something like that, if the commission were inclined to, and the applicant were inclined to, work together to try to get a project here. It's an impossible property to back out of. It's even more dangerous than 303. So, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for the chance.
I
to speak.
agree, I agree. Thank you, Jared. If the commissioners don't have any other comments, then I guess we would open up to the public.
Yes, Taras has his hand raised. Again, Taras, if you want to unmute yourself and say your name for the record, please.
Thank you. This is Taras Kucherenko, 5B Correlitz Road. So I have various concerns with this proposal here. I want to start out by saying that this is, probably the third or fourth meeting we're having on this, and they were all caused due to the council's continued delays. Now, again, it appears that this is a delaying tactic, wait and hope, so that opposition does not show up. But as I had mentioned to you on 303, our numbers supporting or our numbers against this proposal and development have only grown to 122 signatures. So the people of Peabody do not support this proposal. Now, personally, I take the right turn into Mall Road from Lowell all the time. And even going 15 to 20 miles an hour after that turn, one, you can't see what's down the line ahead of you. So if a car were to be backing out, it would be an extremely dangerous situation for the person on Mall Road, as well as the vehicle backing out, or even going forward out of that driveway. There's no visibility there. So that is one concern. Two is I don't think we even need to extend this any further, since I'm looking at the plan, it's right in front of me, and both the driveways and the full structure of the duplex, I would say 98% of the driveways and the structure are within the 200-foot riverfront boundary. There's no debate in this. They're trying to put a whole new structure inside of the riverfront boundary. Now that goes into me asking the commission to deny this notice of intent with prejudice. I don't think this needs to be talked about ever again. The plan as it sits, Mr. Kilty just actually stated that he doesn't think that another house fits where onto the existing lot, or lot one, let's call it, the one that was subdivided where the main house is now. So what he's trying to do is present to you with, again, outs to show you why it doesn't work, in hopes that you'll approve a proposal of this magnitude of putting everything into the restricted area. So I don't think we're going to see much improvement. Maybe we'll get half the house into the boundary or outside of the boundary, but I don't think that's sufficient. Now, under 310 CMR 10.58 5A, redevelopment work, which this hopefully falls under, must result in an improvement over existing conditions of the capacity of the riverfront area to protect the interest identified in MGLC 13140. Adding multiple new dwelling units and driveways increases stormwater volume, pollutants, and habitat fragmentation instead of improving the riverfront area. This is going in 100% the opposite direction of what is required. The project violates the location and alteration limits in 310 CMR 10.58 5C, D, and E. New construction and paving must not be located closer to the river than existing conditions, which is the original house. and must not exceed the amount of previously degraded riverfront area, which we're degrading all of it here, without proper restoration at the required ratios, which I don't see there either. The January 2026 Planning Board meeting minutes described 309 Lowell as a single-family parcel, not a high-density apartment complex, which initially with two, now going to one multifamilies. Again, the council is looking for ways to get something out of this and solely to maximize the profits, I believe, of this lot. Converting it into multiple duplexes directly contradicts that characterization and intensifies impacts on Proctor Brook, again, in combination with 303 development. No adequate cumulative impact analysis between 303 and 309 has been provided with the neighboring houses, which is also adding substantial new pavement in the same riverfront corridor. I mean, these houses just are 100, 200, 300 yards apart. Residents have documented repeated concerns over the past 3 or 4 meetings and the petition with now 122 signatures of increased flooding, snow and salt storage and runoff, and lack of ecological due diligence for the surrounding area, for threatened and endangered species as well. Last meeting, Lucia had brought up that she had witnessed droppings and wildlife in that area that council wants to develop. That is all going to be taken out and away from the wildlife. Overall, I don't think there's any improvement to this area. So these issues have also still not been addressed after they were communicated to council and asked for it to be addressed meeting after meeting, and as well as emails in between meetings. Council also stated that he does not think that he needs to fill out the questionnaire on compliance. I'm not sure exactly what the name of that file was, but it's how things will be mitigated. Again, he thinks he does not want to. What about the wildlife and the resident who are petitioning against this? This is not a one question. Now, to finish it off, the project fails the core improvement and localization standards required by 310 CMR 10.58.5 for riverfront area. So I asked the commission to fully deny this notice of intent with prejudice, so we don't have to come back to this again. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna, I believe, Bob Costa, I think you should be able to unmute yourself now. I'm not 100, there you go.
Okay, hi, Bob Costa, 305 Lowell Street. I have a few questions. Regardless of where you place this house, whether it's in the riverfront or it takes the place of the barn, isn't this still considered pork chopping of the property? At that point, it's still an R2 zone where you cannot have multi dwellings on that property. The other thing that I'm concerned about is regardless where you put this house in placement, there was speaking about a turnaround and special grass bricks or whatever that case is. If that's the case, what happens in the wintertime? Would that area get plowed as well? And where does the snow and chemicals that also go with the snow removal, where does all of that go? Those are my questions. I appreciate your time.
Okay, another question, some more questions.
Yep, Tammy, you should please unmute, say your name and address for the record.
All right, Tammy Gitter, 7B Corrales Road. I get also in opposition to this. It's just too precarious a place to put this many dwellings, this many people. My vision on trash day, if the barrels are at the end of those driveways on North Shore Road and a trash truck is stopped there, what happens to the cars that are coming up or down the street? And also when we have a windy day and the trash gets blown around, then it's so close to the wetlands area, it will end up in that area. It's not going to be contained. So safety, flooding, putting too much into too small a space is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all there is? So what's the commission want to do here? The same choices again, we can continue this and look for another alternative from the petitioner. Or we can close the public hearing and you could vote on it as it stands before us.
I'd move to continue.
Second.
Oh, call it. That motion to continue was made by Arthur, seconded by Bruce. Give me 1 second while I grab my cheat sheet. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Vote no to continue to.
Green,
No.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
No.
All right, so that is a tie vote, I believe. It's 3-3. Do I have that right? Because there's only 6 of you right now, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Correct.
5, 6.
We're 6.
So that's 3-3. It was no Jamie,
Green and
Green and
Vivaldi.
Vivaldi, I believe, and then Rizzo, Comac, and no, did I get that right?
I think you did.
No.
Rizzo, Comac,
Yeah.
and Athos. Yep.
So that motion fails. So next, make another one. Well, I mean, I'm not even sure if you guys continued it. I don't even know. We already asked last month. You guys already said, Mike, you weren't here, but you did watch the
Yeah.
video. And
Yes.
and I thought we were like, if you guys don't bring us this stuff, we can deny it. And Jack was like, yeah, I'll get you everything you need. And then tonight he's like, yeah, I'm not giving you the riverfront checklist. And he didn't communicate that to me. He could have wrote to me and said, we're not giving it to you, and we don't believe we're redevelopment, and this is why we don't believe we're redevelopment, so we don't have to give that to you. He never gave that to me. So under the regs and under our local, I believe, definitely under the state, if we continuous act for information and they don't give it to us, that is grounds to deny them. And then we have tons of reasons to deny them under our local ordinance. I mean, if you guys want to deny them under the state, there's lots of reasons too. But again, that motion failed as far as my math,
Okay.
3-3, so new motion.
Okay, then request a new motion to
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and further to deny the project.
I second the motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion to close was made by Green, seconded by Harrop. Roll call. Rizzo,
yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
No.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 5-1 with Bruce voting no. So the hearing is closed.
Okay. Okay, so now we need a motion to either issue an order of conditions or to deny the project as presented.
Motion to deny the project is currently presented.
Second.
I'll second that.
I think I heard Vivaldi right before you, Amanda. Am I correct, Mike?
I believe so. But
All right, so I'm sorry, man. I'm going to go with Vivaldi. So motion to deny was made by Harrop, seconded by Vivaldi. I'm going to do the roll call first, and then if it passes, we'll discuss, same as we did, we'll discuss reasons to deny. Roll call, again, this is to deny the project. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Green,
Yes.
Athos,
Yes.
Comac,
Nope.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, the project is denied 5-1 with Comac voting no. Did you guys want me to rattle off some of the reasons to deny it?
Please, Lucia.
All right. 310 CMR 10.5 parentheses 6 parentheses C, 10.5A parentheses 5 parentheses C, 10.58 5A, 10.58 5D, 310 CMR 10.58 4, 310 CMR 10.583 presumption. Local ordinance would be 3222, denial of permit A, B, D, E. 3230 wildlife and wildlife habitat, B, C, 3233 no disturb presumption, 32 wait, nope, that's wrong. 3235 rivers and streams, 3238 dimensional regs, 3254 generally, 3260 generally, Article 11, Section 3254, and then the additional denial basis that you guys normally do, protect the buffer zone areas and riverfront because land within 100 to 200 feet of said resource areas are significant, and protect landowners, buildings upstream, downstream impacted by flooding caused by development in riverfront, protection of the entire community from unwise choices of land development that may require public I can't pronounce that word, for public works or disaster relief, and then segmentation, creating own hardship, plan with subdivision lines have not been recorded yet, and I guess that is it.
Would be
Okay.
approved. Not after they deny the other one. No, I don't think so.
All right, guys, I gotta head out to work. I'm already $500 in the hole from tonight. So I'll see you guys later.
Right.
Thank you.
Nice meeting, everyone.
Good night.
Night.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so where we left off,
I think we're on 9, Mr. Chairman.
We're
I
on
was
9,
trying to keep
yeah.
track.
yes, it's item 9. So under item 9, enforcement orders and violation orders, a continued enforcement order issued to Daniel Botello and Jocelyn Alves Concaves for the following activity: bringing in 9 to 10 dump trucks of fill and placing in the bordered vegetating wetland, estimated 2,000 to 4,000 square feet of wetland alteration. Grade change significantly, estimating about 2 to 3 feet, removing living trees and vegetation. The actual amount of trees affected was still to be determined without a permit from the commission. The address is known as 26 Trask Road, map 61, lot 13. We're
Good
still
evening,
waiting for a
Commission
survey.
Oh,
Still
sorry.
waiting for a survey plan. But okay, Nicole, why don't you go ahead? Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commission members. Nicole Ferrara from LEC. Again, here to give the Commission an update. The homeowner has received the site plan. I passed it along to Lucia, and I'd be happy to share it and briefly discuss it. Let's see here. Here is the site plan that was prepared. I do want to just make a caveat note that upon further inspection of the plan earlier today, and after another review of the photos of the existing conditions, it does look like this silt sock right here, where my cursor is, may be incorrectly placed on the plan. You can see I marked this yellow line that shows the silt sock going behind the existing tree that's here. And I do have a photo right here. This tree where my cursor is. I don't know if you can see my screen with the photo that I just pulled up.
We can't, Nicole. We only see the plan.
Okay, apologies. I will reshare my screen. Apologies, I can't seem to find that photo anymore. But the long and short of it was that there is a tree that's on the plan that shows the silt sock behind it, and so we're going to confirm with the surveyor that there might have been a mistake in the line work on the plan. So just wanted to make that caveat before. So this plan shows again the silt sock, and then it has the wetland line, which I've marked in green here. So you can see anything between this edge of the silt sock, which again, I think is incorrectly shown on this plan, and the wetland line was BVW that had been previously filled. Again, all that fill was removed. And then we have the 100-foot buffer zone that is blue. Here, I have that existing shed and the canopy structure, it's called on this plan. You can see a portion of it is within that 100-foot buffer zone, specifically 512 square feet of that canopy that was not approved by a notice of intent or an RDA, was built in that buffer zone. Also on the plan, the existing grading and the existing trees were shown. So the homeowner is looking to apply for a variance with the zoning board regarding this canopy structure to see if it would be permittable. And if that's approved, the applicant plans to come back in front of the commission for after the fact approval. And then they're looking to do, kind of close off this fence to close off that disturbed area. And the applicant will come before the commission with either a notice of intent or an RDA application as appropriate. Wanted to bring up or ask the commission through the chair if they would consider an RDA given the minor scope of work, or if they would require a full notice of intent for after the fact approval of the canopy and then fence.
Not sure, I think. Why wouldn't it be appropriate for just to prepare a new NOI?
As opposed to an RDA?
Yeah,
It's a minor, I guess. It's pretty minor work that's in the buffer zone. But happy to, put together the full notice of intent.
Isn't it
Just thought
also
I'd
not on
ask.
your lot? Is it also not completely on your lot?
Oh, yep, it does appear to be off
That was the first thing I
onto
saw.
the neighbor's property, so have to address that as well.
I think there's a lot going on here. It looks like you got a building that's on two people's property, two lots, and a shed, all done, built without a permit, and then all this filling. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit, I don't know, Beck, how does that work even get corrected if it requires going on somebody else's property?
You have to discuss with the applicant if, this is gonna have to be potentially pulled away from the neighbor's
Yeah.
property. Yep. And potentially this fence if it's not on their property as well.
Right. Yeah, this looks more involved than expected. That's kind of serious, putting a building on someone else's land and filling and everything. It's a lot happening there.
Yep, and definitely happy to come before the commission with a notice of intent to rectify these outstanding issues for certain.
And then based on that, you would be notifying the butters, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, I think those butters need to see what's happened here. Maybe they already know and don't care, but, I think it's important enough to follow through with everything, because we certainly don't want to prove something that affects a neighbor when when we saw something that had the opportunity to bring that forward out in the open for people to make a decision as an
Yep.
abutter.
Certainly, certainly. And I know the commission has asked, procedurally to go to zoning first to get approval for potentially a variance for,
Yeah.
a form of this canopy. So in the interim, we'll be working on that.
Okay. I asked a question, I think a couple of meetings ago, and I'm not sure that, I think based on the testimony from one of the neighbors, the question was, in the excavation of the material that was illegally brought in, you came across a different horizon or a layer that was not natural below the one you had them remove. And
Yeah, so we prepared a memo about that, and you can see the top of slope here, and that's kind of the edge of where the fill was removed that we observed was new. Yep.
okay, but wasn't there another layer underneath that looked like it wasn't natural? And the question was, I think the property owner said that, well, I didn't do that. That was here when I bought the house, but I thought there was some testimony from a neighbor who has lived there for however long, said that they knew the people before that, and that particular topic was not there before. Indicating that he believed that this owner did that also, maybe at a different time with different material. And I don't know if that got answered.
Yeah, I can't speak to the exact testimony from the neighbor, but my observations definitely concluded that there was a separate material, whether it might not have been brought in, right? It might have been during the house construction when they were doing the development for the neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah,
That could have been a result of that. It
Okay.
was, unable to determine the exact date of that, soil.
okay. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Through the chair, Nicole, am I reading this right? Is the silk sock also on property that does not belong to, just belong to the applicant?
It is, yep. So the property line is this line where my cursor is,
Yeah.
and then it looks like this portion of the silt sock
And
might
a
be on the
bit-
neighbors.
And a bit below, right? Because it goes to the fence, which is also not on their property.
Correct. Correct.
There's a lot of stuff still going on other people's property, it seems.
Through the chair, I believe that fence is that person's fence, though. The next door neighbor, 24. I believe that fence is that was how I walked through his backyard. I knocked on his door and he let me go in his backyard, and that was how I was able to see the fill. While I'm talking, I'm just a little bit confused. So where it says erosion control right there in the middle of where the fill was, I thought that was bordering vegetated wetland, and you're saying that was just fill and buffer zone?
Correct. So the wetland line is this green line right here, and a portion of the wetland certainly was filled. But it was a smaller.
Oh, it was just
smaller
that
area.
tiny part, so it was okay. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better because I thought it was a lot of fill. So the GIS is incorrect.
Yeah.
Oh, and through the chair, I did actually speak to the building department today. Nicole, I don't know if you heard from Chris W. or Dan T at all today, but they were supposed to reach out to you.
I did not hear from them.
All right, I would suggest, and I don't know if you guys want to continue this, and this is just my thought, continue it out, because when they looked at it, the building guys went, "Oh boy." So I think I mean, I did try to get in touch with the Arboretum. That's on the Arboretum's property. I can say with quite certain, I am pretty sure they would not allow them to put that on their property for a lot of reasons. So I think the Arboretum may be aware of this now, so it might behoove him to remove it because I don't know, isn't that like trespassing or I don't know, how long has it been there? It hasn't been there 20 years. So there's not the adverse possession.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like I know that they definitely have to. I applaud the owner, you know, for hiring LEC. I do feel bad for him, and LEC has done such an amazing job, and the guy got in touch with me so fast. He is trying so hard. It's just this plan. Once I saw this plan, I was like, oh my God, what is going on? So I think the next step at this point, our crisis is somewhat over. The wetlands are restored or getting restored. The buffer zone's restored. I think the next is someone's got to sit down with the building department, and then maybe once then that would be when you're gonna then we'll know, like, because if they're removing the canopy, well, they probably are gonna need to file an NOI now, or because, you know, or maybe we can have them remove it under the enforcement order. So I think once they sit down with the building, and then maybe me and Nicole can talk about it after and then come back to you. So I don't know if you guys want to continue this, or if LEC wants you to continue it to July or September or a further date.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Lucia. Does the commission meet in August at all?
July,
Yes, we
but
meet.
not August.
No, we don't meet. We don't meet in August.
We meet the end of July to make up for that.
Gotcha. You know what? If it's all right, we can continue to July. And if we haven't had a sit down or worked out all the kinks regarding the proposed, you know, changes to the plan, you know, we can continue after.
Okay. Okay, I'll say, if there's anybody who wants to speak on this, was there anybody, here on this that's in the audience that wants to speak about this?
Nope. I was in touch with the abutters, and they said they weren't gonna be able to come to the meeting. So no, I don't see anyone.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll take a motion to continue item number 8, 26
Motion.
Trask Road, to our next meeting, which will be in July.
Motion to continue, please.
July 29th.
July 29th. Second?
Second.
That motion was made by Harrop, seconded by Vivaldi, I believe. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Gaithis,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so the item is continued 5-0.
Great.
All
Thanks,
right.
commission members. Thanks, Lucia. Have a good evening.
Thanks,
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, I think we're at item 11 now. Item 11 is a continued enforcement order issued to Elvira Aparecida Vieira dos.
Aparecida.
Oh, Aparecida. Okay, thank you. For the following activity: construction of a parking space, fill, concrete wall, tree removal, etc., within the riverfront and local buffer to FEMA floodplain. Property address is known as 31 Pierpont Street, Unit 4, in the city of Peabody. Is anyone here, Lucia, on this? Do you know?
If you're on a phone, I believe you hit *9 to raise your hand. I did speak to the property owner the day after our May hearing. she said she didn't want to wait in the meeting. It was too long for her. And she said that she was going to hire an engineer because she changed her mind and she no longer wants to do a friendly enforcement order. She wants to file an NOI. But I haven't seen anything. So we can't, oh, someone is raising their hand.
Yeah, it's me. I'm Elvira.
Okay,
Yes, yes, I spoke to Lucia about it, to hire the engineer, but if it's possible, if the commissioner does say, I can't, I can't continue the project, I'll understand. So I apologize for what I did. So that's not my intention to do anything illegal. So I'm here forever you guys decided.
okay. So what's the commission want to do? You want to hold on to the enforcement order, or you want to move forward and have them submit a after the fact filing?
Can you just elaborate what was the illegal activity a little bit more? Was there
Yeah, they
pictures?
said.
Lucia?
Yep, give me a little bit of time. It takes me some time to hold on.
I can find them on the
Yep,
drive
I
as
can
well.
pull them up, but Elvira, the last we spoke, I could have sworn we spoke on May 7th, and you said you were hiring a company to file a notice of intent.
Oh yeah, the engineer, they sent me the proposal, but I was thinking it was too much money. You remember we spoke about it? So, but we sent the email, the contractor, they sent the email, but he didn't send anything back. So I don't know if he still can take the job. So, but I wanna, see what you guys decided today. Because I don't want to put more money and then, spend more money than I did. So, if yes, you guys say yes, I can just continue. If I can still talk to the engineer and the hire engineer and the procedure, the project, yes. If you guys think no, it's not like allowed to do anything in this area, I totally understand. So I'm here to cooperate. So I just want to resolve the problem. I don't want to just cause any more problem,
Well, you need to have engineered plans, and drawings and so forth that, tells us what the project would consist. Whether that's under an enforcement order or an NOI. I'm not sure what the commission wants to do about this.
What do you think, Mike?
I don't know. I was there. Lucia and I were
Yeah,
there, and
right.
I was like, and we were walking. I went, whoa! The river's right next to them, and perhaps maybe the work that was done. I'm trying to remember now, Lucia, what the impacts, if any, might have been on the river. So,
Well, it's pretty close. It isn't FEMA floodplain, believe it or not. I can't believe it's not FEMA floodplain. I gotta double check and make sure it's not, because if it is FEMA floodplain, it has to go.
okay.
But I don't think it is, shockingly. I just think FEMA got this area wrong in their last revised plans, and I talked to them about it in after the denial of Pleasant and Aborn Street. And FEMA was like, yeah, we might have got it wrong. They said they just didn't have enough information and that they could have got it wrong. So those pictures are basically getting ready to create the plan is to fill that in and pave it and make that a parking space.
Not a
Right.
pave it with crushed rocks, not a pave it. I'm never gonna put a pave it, not concrete. Just the wall, yes, but not the. I'm not gonna put a pave it to fill it up. No.
Yeah, you might not, but maybe the next person will. But gravel eventually gets compacted anyway and it becomes impervious. I mean, it's
Mhm.
great at first. So it's like I guess what she's asking is if she files a notice of intent, are you guys willing to vote favorably? I do know that there's some neighbors that they showed me this, they pointed it out that site visit.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would appeal it, but they will definitely be vocal about it. Again, they're concerned about runoff from that onto their property, into their
Yeah.
basements, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I know that area with the heavy rain and stuff is any place that can hold water is a plus, and to put this in here, you're kind of like taking up flood storage if it ever got to that, you know. Yeah, I think the commission probably would need to see more pictures of, when we saw the area around it, rather than just right here.
Do you
And I
want me
guess
to bring up some
to-
aerials? I just need a little bit of time
think-
to get my computer.
I think also to say that we just denied the previous upstream, downstream project on Aborn or Pleasant Street as well.
Right.
And so it's very close proximity of that previous application. We should be consistent in what we do here, there, as well as what we did there as well as here.
And I don't even know if this is, we never saw plans. I don't even know if this is built right. This is, a block wall that's gonna take a wheel load from parked cars on top of it. You got a house and a fence next door and right adjacent to that. I don't know what the long-term effects of that is, how well that, I don't even know how that wall was constructed. If there's any rebar in it. If it's just, you start parking cars in it, that could fail.
I guess it sounds like the applicant just wanted to get off-street parking and just create something for off-street parking. Is that correct, ma'am?
Sorry.
Your intent was to try to provide a parking space for you off-street so that you could get off the street.
Yeah.
You park on the street at the moment now?
No, I have another parking, but it's not like a lot of parking here in the apartment. So I just would like to make an extra if it's possible.
I see.
Yeah. But I got a wrong information from City Hall, and I'm sorry for start this thing. So that's not my intention. So
Understood.
yeah.
Through the chair. So, Elvira, did someone in City Hall actually tell you that you didn't need a permit for this?
Yeah, one of
You know who it was? Because I had to have issues again today, and this has been ongoing, and I was told that this wasn't going to happen anymore. So do you know who it was who told you that you didn't need a permit?
He's actually my contractor. He spoke with him, and he told, yes, she doesn't need a permit. I don't remember his first name, but the last name, I think Terrazoni, something like that. So my mistake was to trust in his word. I should ask for something in writing. So that's my mistake. So I'll never do this again, you know?
Yeah, because I know Terranzoni was out on the property after he went out there for me when we heard about enforcement. It was something about the stairs as well. And then they did some stairs too. I was going to get to that stuff later. So this is really confusing because this is like 4 different condos, I think.
Yeah, but the stairs is at the other apartment, so not my apartment. So
Yeah.
I moved here 2003. So it's gonna be 3 years this month in the 30th. So
2023, not 2003, 2023, right?
2023, yes. So then I moved here. And after I moved here, I did nothing in this apartment. The only thing I was thinking is this parking, nothing else I did. So other things around here, like the fence or other stairs, is not, I didn't do anything like that. So just the only thing I started is parking space. So
So this is the river right here, guys. It goes here. It goes, you can't really see it here, but it is here. I assure you, it is right here, and it keeps going. And this area I know floods really bad. This is the approximate, somewhere around here, is that, and then someone also put a concrete shed pad here. I wasn't overly concerned with that. It is alteration of riverfront, and it did require a permit. And again, I don't know why the building department keeps doing this to me. I have I've pretty much been crying about this because it creates a toxic work environment, a hostile work environment when I have to show up to someone's property and tell them that, like, this is horrible. I hate having to tell Elvira and that Elvira has to be here, and someone in the city told her that this was okay. So
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to, I guess I'm going to go to HR or something tomorrow. I don't know. Or I'll talk to the building department again. But you guys can make her remove it, but she does also have, you know, if she wants to file a notice of intent, she can. Doesn't mean you guys need to approve it. I'm going to try to pull up FEMA. I'm going to stop sharing though. It's going to take me a little bit of time if you guys want to discuss. I don't know if there is anything to discuss.
Yeah, I'm trying to see it on Street View, and you can't really.
Yeah, I did have a street view. They definitely took 1 or 2 trees down as well in Riverfront. So that's something unfortunate, and you know, an area that we need as much root absorption as possible of the groundwater. So 2 trees were sadly removed. All right, so this is I'm having issues with like the real FEMA. This is just Mass Mapper with FEMA overlay. So we know this area floods because and that's what FEMA said. They said, you know, they don't get it right all the time. And they didn't get enough information from the city back in like July when they were revising the maps back in 2024. So I wish I knew honestly that this area was this bad because I would have had them look at this a little harder.
Yeah,
Do you want me to try to pull up a street view so that you can see?
oh, I see it now, and I can see what they did. But it's like, yeah, I think looking at 15 Shaw's Lane. Is that the side that the,
That's across the street. That is the one of the property owners we were talking to at that other site visit when we walked over here. We walked over to see this area, and then that's when we noticed the illegal stuff.
yeah. Yeah, because I see, I don't know if I'm in the right spot, but it kind of looks like it is. Let me go back to the pictures. Ray. I'm having trouble. I can't find, Street View, I can't find that view of the front where we were looking in the photo. And so it must be,
This is it. These are the trees. Basically, it's right here.
oh,
you guys-
yeah, okay, yeah,
And then here's the river. So the
Yeah.
river, like it looks like the river's farther away on the GIS. River's right here.
This is very helpful, Lucia, because you're right. The river does look much farther away.
So that is where it is.
so they really dug out a huge area. When you look at the, if you take your street view and go up the street just a ways and then turn and face the house, you know, it's totally different than clearing some brush here and just parking a couple cars in front there. They actually excavated and dug a big hole, and I don't know what whether that was necessary to park cars. You do one more click.
Like this?
Yeah. Click one more time. And then go up the street. Yeah, click one more time. Right, now go turn around. Now
Yeah.
turn. Look at, I mean.
So
look
they
at that.
dug under?
Yeah, it's like, it's like pretty flat at grade. Like, it's like matching the slope of the road. So if they just cleared some brush there and pulled a car in, it would be no big deal, but what they did was
They dug it out.
yeah, they dug a whole big thing out and they built, I don't know what the heck they were doing, why you would do that, well, to support a vehicle, but they had to dig out all that earth, because it looks like the top of that block wall is what looks like what was the approximate grade of the natural, ground prior.
Yeah, I mean, the car wouldn't have cleared that deck otherwise. Like a car wouldn't clear the deck if they didn't go deep enough, to your point.
I think there's more to it than we really, after trying to build another entrance to get to the basement, or. I don't know how much, I don't know what the
Can
distance
you
is.
can you put up the picture you took again?
It looks like to me that they dug that all out to maybe have access to get around the back and maybe have a door into that lower level from that side. And once they did that, then they wanted to fill it back in and then park on it and steal it and be able to walk behind the parking area. Like, I don't know, that just doesn't make sense that you would go through all that work digging that out. When, if you look at the street view, it just cleared that brush and just pulled a car in there.
Yeah, but Michael, I don't really understand if then there must have not have been a window there. It looks like they cleared out and re-sided.
No, the windows
windowing.
are there. The windows are there. I think,
It looked like a different deck in the other picture too.
yeah. if you
Like
look
it
at-
looked like there were pillars.
See, if you look at the older picture and you follow the railing and it comes, where you see the stairs are coming up, and right under the railing is that window. See the window there? Okay, now you go back to there's the window. And you go back to the drawing, the new photo, you can see there's the window. So there was more happening here. It looks like they did some excavation, I think, to get access to maybe a basement floor to put a door in or something, or something to that effect, maybe. When reality, just to be able to park a couple cars in this spot, looked like it would have been pretty easy just to clear that brush out of the way, just pull a car in.
Should they remove it? Should they let them, should we, if they file a notice, would we let them keep it?
Well, the only bad part now is because they created this hole. Naturally, that's gonna be a path for water to run down the street and probably
they-
go right in there.
I don't understand, Michael, if we just have if we backfill the wall with crushed stone,
It's the water's gonna go right in there. And man, I don't know, maybe with all this rain, I wonder if they're experiencing flooding there in the house or the basement. Cause that's it's kind of like you're asking for trouble.
Guys, I have to leave. Sorry. Good night.
Yeah. All right, we need to move forward, or just continue this or something, because it's getting late.
Yeah, do we want to like think about it and
Yeah.
Claire, if you want to think about it? I thought I had better pictures with the snow gone, and I cannot. That's why I stopped sharing the screen. I cannot find them.
Yeah, I don't think we should be doing this under an enforcement order, because I think there's more work or potentially changes that might need to be done.
Yeah, that's why an engineer definitely needs to look at this. So, Elvira,
Yes.
that's your name, right? Okay. Are you willing to pay for an engineer?
Yes.
All right, so it sounds like that's what needs to happen then, and I
Okay,
don't-
so I
Um,
think we should continue with the enforcement order, no work. I don't know if anything's been done since then, but I don't want to hold them up either, because something needs to be done here.
Cease and desist, right?
Yeah, that needs to be fixed, corrected, done something to make it, before something happens, before if they get flooded in the house or whether. So, that's the difference
These
between.
were my action items right here, and like I asked for a construction sequence. I normally always put the onus on the property owner.
Yeah.
So I have not received, because she's kind of in limbo. She doesn't know what she wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it could go either way. Yeah, that's just how it goes. You could spend money on an engineer, which you should have in the first place before you did this. And I mean, there is an appeal process, so even if the board denies it, you can appeal it to DEP, and I would think DEP would probably,
Well, I think for us to take the position to continue with the enforcement order as a way to get the job done, I don't know what the job really should entail.
well, I don't think that they should be allowed to make a parking space under an enforcement order. If that's her plan, she needs to file
Right.
a notice of intent. We should not be allowing anyone to be doing illegal work
Yeah.
under enforcement.
Yeah, I think should continue this, keep the enforcement order in place and have them come back with an NOI, but we need to put a time on this. See, with a no NOI, they can drag a project out forever on an NOI, but an enforcement order, they're subject to the timeline that we set. So we don't want to do anything that's not, that's impossible, not proper. We need to have them come to us with something soon. I mean, it's good weather now, it's summer, it's hot, so it's not the winter, but something needs to happen. So for their sake, that we can get something before us to correct it.
So through the chair, is it possible to suggest to continue this until September meeting, noting that we have a late July meeting and nothing in August, and that's like 3 months. That's a fair amount of time with good weather.
Yeah, we need them, when they come back to us, whether it be July or September, they need to come back to us with a project.
Yeah.
Yeah, and through the chair, Mike, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know. Like, I am relying on you. If what my
Yeah.
action items said are wrong, then
No, that's why I'm seeing,
then they're gonna have to hire someone to they're gonna have to hire someone for the construction. This is what happens when you do things illegally, unfortunately, and it's so unfortunate that someone in the city told them, and that is what really bothers me, is that there are people, like, all they have to do is say, you don't need a building permit. You might need a health permit. You might need something from the conservation. That's what's so frustrating. I've been saying this for years, and it's just unfortunate that, I feel for this resident, because now
Yeah.
she's stuck with this, and
Yeah.
this has been like this since January. I'm sure she doesn't want her property like this. I'm sure she doesn't.
No.
Yeah, no, there's more happening behind that wall, and I don't know what the intent was, and for us to be able to say, fix it, I don't know what they're fixing. It's.
Yeah, well,
If
I don't
someone
think
needs to-
it's been engineered,
Yeah.
and it doesn't, I mean, is there rebar in
And-
there? I mean, like,
And when we went there, we specifically made sure we didn't go on private property. We just stayed at the street. So it's not like we went inside there and looked, maybe if we had a site visit, and we had permission, we can go and see what's happening. And maybe, not to tell her what to do, but maybe we'd be able to see what were they really up against? What is actually property here? How do we fix this?
I know, but I don't think that should be on us. I think that
No.
it's up to them to figure it out, because if, God forbid, we tell them to do something and it does cause damage, then
Yeah.
they're gonna come back. I was saying you need to restore it to its original state, which would be removing the concrete blocks, removing the fill, or, adding topsoil and vegetating it with erosion controls at the bottom. I don't know. Plant some
I know,
trees
but-
maybe, because they removed two.
I don't know what's behind that wall. I don't know if something's been done there. Maybe there's a walk that goes around. There's a door somewhere now. So for us to
No,
tell
it's
them,
not. I'm sorry, no, it's not. It's
Oh,
only
okay.
no, it's not. I can't,
Okay.
I'm like, I give my words. No, it's not wall, no, like a door,
Okay.
nothing. Just a wall to fill it up. That's it. That's what I was doing. But like I say, it's gonna be very helpful if I have an extra parking. But if it's gonna cause a problem, especially for my house, I would like to remove whatever is the best to do.
yeah,
I'm here to help. I know
Yeah.
it's gonna be helpful, but that's not I want to cause more problem for other people's
Sure.
house or for even my house.
right. So you need to get help from somebody to tell us what.
Yeah, they either need to file a notice of intent, or they need to come back with a construction sequence from, an engineer or someone who can tell us the appropriate way to remove this wall without causing damage to their property. And that would be to your advantage, because you don't want, like, I'm not an engineer. So when I drafted that enforcement order, none of the stuff that Mike Rizzo just said, he is an engineer. So none of that was going on in my mind. I was just like, get rid of the blocks, soil, erosion controls, just that. So it's either the onus is on the property owner. It's not up to us.
Yeah,
They need to come back with a construction sequence to us from someone who understands engineering and removal of this.
So should I hire an engineer to see if it's possible to finish the work with the project or to remove the right of way?
Maybe both. Ask them for both scenarios, and then you decide.
Okay. All right. I'll be in touch with an engineer and see if they reply, because they take so long to answer sometimes. So
okay.
Try to call multiple different businesses so that you can try to get a quote from one or two engineers for your. the work
yeah,
that-
I tried before,
I
but
know
it's so hard
it takes a lot. It takes a lot
to
of
find a
determination.
good one, So
I agree, Miss. It's very
yeah,
difficult.
yeah, it is. But I'll try it. I'll try my best to
Okay.
have someone as soon as possible and get back to Lucia.
That'd be great.
And you
All right,
need
thank you.
it's not to give her
So we're
some
gonna take a-
guidance. just to give her some guidance, it's not just like a structural engineer. She needs a civil engineer or like a,
Yeah, yeah.
you understand that, right?
Yes.
Yep, just making sure.
All right, so we're gonna continue this to our September meeting, is that what we're saying?
I feel like
I
that
think-
gives her some time.
I think so. I agree with Jamie.
That gives her 2 months to get something that, that she could bring to us to show us.
And yeah, submit, have
Yeah,
time.
get
to
someone
submit.
to respond. Hopefully they give her some ideas so she can actually,
Okay,
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for
all right, so we'll make a motion,
understanding. It's hard.
Stay with
all
it.
right, so it's motion to continue this to our September meeting,
September
motion
9th.
to continue, please, to September.
we have a second,
Second.
All right, motion to continue to September, made by Harrop, seconded by Vivaldi. Roll call, Rizzo,
yes,
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so the motion passes 4-0. Did you said September, right?
September
Yeah.
9, yep,
Yep, with Arthur and Amanda no longer in the meeting.
correct.
And did you guys notice that I just got booted out somehow and I came back in? But there is one last person I think sitting in the audience. If you guys want to skip 13 and go to the minor permit for 28 Prospect Street.
we're missing 12, we got.
What happened to
147
Summit Street?
We got
Wait, what is
147
it?
Summit Street.
It's the Pinto Recycling.
Yeah, well, we can go back to it. Well, actually, I
Okay.
mean, just because I know this poor man is in the audience and he came last month and he waited again until 11 and he couldn't figure out how to raise his hand. Are you in the audience? Raise your hand. There you are. Okay.
Which
so
address?
what
This
item is this?
This is 28 Prospect Street. It's an after the fact filing for 2 porches that were rebuilt. The work was complete and was done without a building or a wetlands permit. The work's minor. I will not sign off on after the fact filings because that is up to you to sign off. So he is trying to bring it into compliance. He has filed for a building permit, and that was how I got involved.
Okay. Minor permit, let's see.
All right. I'm asking him to unmute. Something should be coming up on your computer. There you go. I think he's free.
Hello, good evening. You hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Hi, sorry for last time couldn't figure out how to unmute myself. But yeah, like Lucia was explaining, basically one time trying to repaint my porch and I realized that most of the wood when I was trying to repaint it were coming off, and I decided to like basically started removing some of the wood, and I realized that most all of them, because were all wood, they were like water damage. So I decided like to replace it, which I thought I was able to undo basically in the city of PVD, and I didn't know I had to be able to replace it. I needed to get a permit for it. So I went on and did it without not knowing. And then when I find out I was supposed to get a permit, I went and applied for a permit, but the place was already developed. All I did was basically replace everything to wood that won't get water damage, like the special tree wood and the plastic like forge wood that won't be damaged again, just because of safety concern that I had because of the wood were breaking when I was walking in the porch. Oh, hello.
We're here.
Oh yeah, no, I was wondering. I thought that I cut off.
No.
So through the chair, it was like in-kind rebuild. I don't believe he expanded. I don't even think you didn't dig any footers or anything, right?
No,
It was
no,
just-
I didn't spend. Everything I left was the same measurement. Basically, I left the same measurement, everything original size. The only thing that it was that the side front on the porch had one of those neck that covered the whole porch and had it closed. I removed that, and I didn't put that back on. I left it like an open porch, not closed porch like it was before. That's the only thing that I didn't do. I didn't put back like as a closed porch. That the house had like a porch that was closed before, and I just removed that and let it like open to the air.
Yeah, so
You
you didn't
basically-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jamie.
No, I was just gonna say you basically just replaced the wood because it sounds like it was rotted and not safe.
It was really rotted wood. Yeah, that's what damaged. And I made the porch just more safe. Not like it was more safe and stable. Not how it was because it was shaking a little when you were walking. Now it's a solid porch.
Yeah. But the footings, you didn't dig anything. You didn't add anything.
I actually did add concrete into the thing to the foot to the like where I put the 4x6. I put concrete on the bottom.
It seems pretty reasonable. It seems pretty insignificant, but
Yeah, I mean, it actually looks like it was probably a good project.
Yeah. I don't have any further questions.
I would make a motion to issue a minor permit or to allow the minor permit to move forward.
Second.
Okay, that motion to allow the minor permit was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Bruce. Roll call. Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Colmack,
Yes.
and Hera.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 4-0 with Arthur and Amanda no longer present.
Okay. Can we go back to 12 then now?
Yes, and I will be in touch with you if you want to reach out to me tomorrow. I can release the permit. I think that's what I need to do tomorrow. Okay, just give me a reminder because I got a lot to do tomorrow.
Yeah, don't worry. I probably send you an email, Lucia.
All right, great. All right, let's move on to 147. Thanks. Bye bye.
You guys have a good night.
You too. Item 12 is a violation order issued to Pinto Recycling Inc. for the following activities: stockpiling in riverfront without a proper erosion control around the piles, the appearance of expanding work area with crushed stone, wrap type of material, burying tree trunk flare under said material and not containing trash appropriately on site. Property address is known as 147 Summit Street, Building 3D, and Peabody.
All right, I do have an update on this. I went out to the site with Nathaniel, our intern, and I don't know what happened. My computer's all messed up. I somehow got bumped out. But anyway, I started issuing an enforcement order. So what I found out was the wrap was actually brought in by Golden something or other. They're the property owner. They brought in the wrap. They told me that the reason why they had the wrap was for filling in potholes. Pinto also has a bunch of stuff in our riverfront. So I'm in the process. I've been trying since Monday to draft 2 enforcement orders, one to Pinto to install erosion controls, remove the wrap, and unbury the trees that have their trunk flares buried, and then one to Pinto to remove all of their anything that's basically on the other side of the berm, or like they have like some like hydraulic like stuff with hydraulics just like chucked over, like laying around. Like it should all just be in their work area. They did clean up all that debris that was blowing around though, so they are getting a handle on their trash. Everyone was very willing to work with us, and they're fine with enforcement orders and want to get into compliance. There also is fires also involved because Northeast Nursery had some stuff out there. When we were out there, Northeast Nursery moved all their stuff. I didn't see it when I was out there. So fire, you know, obviously they're following protocol with fire. I haven't heard back from them. What else? Oh, I did speak to the Bureau of Wayside Cleanup, DEP, Solid Waste Division. They are working on something, nothing to do with the riverfront, but if I'm kept in the loop, I will let you guys know about it. So I believe there is going to be some action from the state, but they cannot talk about it. So if you guys want me to issue those enforcement orders, you guys could vote on them, or I can just issue them, and then you guys would have to ratify both next meeting. It's up to you.
Whatever's easiest for you, Lucia.
Let's just do it now. We can make it, move it fast forward.
Great.
Motion to issue the 2 enforcement orders. Somebody has to second.
Second.
All right, Bruce, I think I heard.
I'm in La La Land.
So I can share. I know it's getting late. I can share. I'm sorry, guys. I can share them with you guys if before I send them out. And you know, give you like I'll try to get them done and send them out on like Friday, and be like, if I don't hear from you on Monday, I'm gonna send them out or something like that. Unless you guys can always amend them if I don't like. I just like to get them out the door so the process is started, and then we can always amend them. And then in the intern, he is in the audience. He's been listening all night. He was actually extremely helpful because he knows about trees, and he's just a very smart young man. So he was super helpful to have on site. All right, but anyway, I'm gonna do so. That motion for those 2 enforcement orders was made by Harrop, seconded by Comack. Roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comack,
Yes.
and Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 4-0 with Arthur and Amanda no longer present.
Okay, see if we can get through these other things. There's a few, okay, another minor permit, 25 Dowling Road, remove and replace existing siding. Look like a pretty simple, they're just moving the existing siding on the existing house. And I think any resources on the other side of the street or something, is that correct?
I can't remember, but I did approve it with conditions.
Yeah.
So it already has been approved. So that one you guys just need to accept.
Okay, motion to accept.
Ratify.
Motion to accept the
Yeah,
minor
whoever
permit.
you want us
25
to
Downing.
ratify, whichever word. You know,
Second.
you need sleep. Is there a motion
Motion-
to accept?
Yeah, motion to ratify the permit request for 25 Downing Street, Downing
Second.
Road.
So
Rizzo,
moved.
Okay.
Mike, did you make that, Rizzo?
No, I was just saying it. Someone needs
All
to
right,
make.
so moved. I repeat that.
Second.
All right, Bruce. Okay, so roll call: Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comack,
Yes.
Harrop. All right,
Yes.
that passes 4-0.
Okay, Pierpont, we already just talked about, right?
19 Pierpont.
there's a
Sadly,
different
someone is supposed to be in the audience for this, and there he is. I am going to. Sorry, Nathan. I am promoting him to a panelist.
Yeah, it is the same property basically.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
Thank you very much for taking the time. It's actually not 19 Pierpont, it's 19 Pleasant Street. I just wanted to correct that for the record before we go any
Oh.
further.
Okay, was that on the agenda then?
It's improperly listed on the agenda. It is on the agenda, just improperly listed.
It's not in the OneDrive. There's nothing for,
It's
Well,
the,
'cause
it's the
probably on as
property,
Pleasant, and I wrote Pierpont.
isn't it the
Oh.
property that was addressed to us for the
19
renovation?
okay.
I think that's
It
the
is,
same.
it's right next to where the garage that you guys denied is. That's how I found out about this, because everyone called and was losing their mind. They thought it was Dave Cutler cutting trees down, and it was
Oh.
this man who believe the tree is very dangerous. I can't share my screen anymore because somehow I got bumped out, and if I share my screen, I'm gonna lose it. So I'm gonna get kicked out again. Nathan, I don't know if you want to share the pictures quickly and tell them
Yeah.
what you want to do, because
Yeah,
we gotta
100%.
go to bed. It's almost midnight.
I'm right there with you. Let me see if I can't pull this up. So let's just hit share. I'm gonna do right here. We'll share this. Can you guys see that all good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent. So that was a chunk taken out of the top of the tree. I'm going to try and navigate this folder, the zip folder of pictures that were on the OneDrive. Let's see if we can do that with some grace. There's another one. I don't know if you can see that.
It's the same one. I think it hasn't changed.
Okay. All right. Let's give it a third one. Here we go. Can you see that one? Has that changed?
No.
All right. Let's go back to Zoom here because I'm unfamiliar with it allegedly here. Share, can I just entire screen. There we go. You're gonna see all my tabs. It's the dirty, it's the real. So this should be a much better format. This is the interior, which we just looked at before, of the piece that was being removed. This is probably a secondary. Yep, just showing exactly how rotted out this section of tree is. This black line that you can see, everything on the inside of that is all punky deadwood. It's all lost its structural integrity. So you were looking at about a inch to 2 inches of solid wood on the exterior of this limb. This is the whole tree. We began work on it. We did remove the hazardous portion. So this tree does belong to Dave Cutler. I have his approval via text and his attorney to work on this tree for the resident at 19 Pleasant, Peter M. His name is Welsh, so I'm going to butcher it. So I'm just going to call him Peter M. He's a lovely gentleman. And you can see, in this photo that there's some pretty significant scarring and a vertical crack that runs horizontal or vertically rather for about 15 feet of this tree, really compromising this leader. It was considerably what we would call over levered or overextended across into Peter's property. And so we were pushing back the limbs under, Massachusetts general law. Typically, I don't like to go this aggressive, but given how hazardous the limb was, we were taking it back pretty far. When concerned residents, rightfully so, it just phoned in and said, "Hey, what's going on?" We halted the work and we've sort of done an after the fact filing on it. You can see, this picture demonstrates that you can see light straight through it. So there's some pretty significant, I very rarely in my career do I deem things as hazardous. This is one of them. This was over, this gentleman, 19 Pleasant Street, is a shared driveway, and the home in the rear has a house drop and a secondary power line going to it. This limb was over those. When Lucia and I went out to look at that together, we noted that the line itself too was extremely low. And Peter, the resident, was concerned as a fire hazard. It was concerned, certainly I would agree with him, as a fire hazard, an electrocution hazard, damage to his property. He's got a dog, a 5-year-old grandson. So we were just looking to really remedy this kind of clear and present danger. This JPEG file, again, just a hole straight through the tree. And then I have one here on the proposed cut location. So we really just want to bring it down below most of that wounding. That way we can just eliminate the hazard. We're not looking to take down the whole tree. We're not looking to alter any hydrology. We're not building any structures. We're largely a tree preservation company, but this client called us out here just because he was so concerned. And it was one of the more alarming sort of overextended limbs, damaged limbs that I've seen so far in my time as an arborist. So we just definitely wanted to get on it quick. And I think that apologies is mea culpa. just totally forgot, especially with the busy season in spring and everything running around, that there was a brook behind there and that we would have to sort of go through some wetland stuff. So apologize, that's on us. I was really focused on the clear and present danger at the time and just mitigating that risk for him. And looking forward to hopefully a favorable ruling from the council just to take this down below, finish the job for the gentleman, and give him a little bit more, comfort.
Leave it like a 5 foot kind of a stump, basically.
Yeah,
4 foot stump?
ostensibly. So
Yeah.
let me see if I can find a better picture for you there, Vivaldi, of this sort of. You can see kind of in this photo right here that the tree is largely comprised of 3 what we call leaders, right? One on the left here, one at the center, and one on the right closest to us in the picture. So we would really be trying to take this down to sort of a foot below this knot where you can see the sunlight through, while leaving those 2. Ideally we don't love making flush cuts back to the trunk like this. It's not our preference, but in this case, just again to mitigate all that danger, we want to get that below where it could fall and make contact with the fence. I'm gonna see if I can pull up.
That seems reasonable.
That looks like it's about 7 feet tall, but that's a good. Nothing can't seem to fall after under that kind of height.
Exactly. Yep. And I think, this is sort of the fence right here, the uphill that we're just looking to reduce it over. Given the direction it's leaning, I still don't think it's going to, but just to clean it up and prevent rotting and further decay and potential, freak hazard there that it does blow it back into his fence due to that crack. We're just looking to take it down to, like you said, a bit of a shorter, cleaner stub.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
No, this is the only tree cutting, no further tree cutting?
No further tree cutting. It was just to amend this hazardous limb, correct? Yep.
Okay. So you need to do anything with that, Lucia?
You guys do need to approve the further removal. Because I
Okay.
haven't signed off on it, correct, Nate? Yeah, and I haven't signed off on it again. I won't sign off on anything after the fact because I think it's up to you guys to decide once.
All right.
Make a motion to. What were you gonna say, Mike?
I just, based on what you described to us, if that's the tree and if that's the limit of what you're gonna do, I am okay with that.
Yep, 100%.
I'll make a motion to allow the property, the applicant to cut the tree at 19 Pleasant Street. 1 tree to mitigate the danger of tree falling.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Vivaldi, seconded by Jamie. Roll call. Rizzo.
Yes.
Vivaldi.
Yes.
Comac.
Yes.
Hera.
Yes.
All right, that passes 4-0.
All right.
Only a few more
Thank-
things, guys.
Thank you very
All
much
right.
for your time tonight, guys.
All right, next I have minor permit request 23 Avon Street. Request is for roof work only. Applicant will be uploaded to the OneDrive. So we need to ratify this minor permit to replace the roof.
Yes, I ended up they got it to me. I put them on the agenda so that they didn't miss it. And had to wait. So I did already approve it just because when it's roof work and window work, I'm just gonna approve it.
Sure.
And then have you guys ratify it just because as long as there's no groundwork, once there's sonotubes, you guys have to get involved unless it's like very, very minor sonotube action. So I just need
Okay,
you guys
so-
to ratify it.
Motion
Okay,
to
motion to
ratify
Motion to
23.
ratify the roof work for 23 Avon Street.
Motion to ratify 23 Aborn work.
The
Second.
roof and skylight.
Roof and skylight.
All right, that was made by Jamie. We're all getting so
I'm
tired.
trying. I'm
He's
trying.
seconded by Bruce. Roll call. Rizzo.
Yes.
Vivaldi.
Yes.
Comac.
Yes.
Hera.
Yes.
All right, that passes 4-0, and then I think it's just National Grid in the
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, National Grid is a letter for 15 Sylvan Street. It's to do with proposed gas service cutoff. It's 2 project locations. Gas main and service replacement along Diane Road, Lewis Road, John Road and Tara Road. And this is basically exempt, it's comes out of maintenance or utility. So I would make the motion to, accept the, exemption letter. Even though they need to do that.
Motion to
Motion.
accept.
Yeah, motion to accept the exemption letter from National Grid to do, gas main utility work on, those, 4 streets.
Yeah, this is the property we had already voted on previously for the work
Yeah.
too, so I guess they're getting started, so. Motion to accept the exemption letter for 15 Sylvan Street gas work.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by Jamie, seconded by Mike Vivaldi. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
Harrop.
Yes.
All right, that passes 4-0.
And we got minutes for 4/8/26 and 5/6/26. They look okay to me, so,
So Lucia, I have
motion
one
motion
comment on the
accept.
May ones. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. Just on the first page, it's very small where it says Rizzo opens the meeting at 7 o'clock. It was
Oh,
actually,
he didn't.
it was
He
just the
wasn't-
one. The
he
one
wasn't
comment, admin related, all the content is correct. I approve the
Okay.
content.
All right, so that's the
Okay.
May. I said Rizzo opened it and he didn't.
Yes.
Vivaldi did. All right,
Yeah.
got it.
See, I
Thank
read,
you.
and I read that today, didn't even see that.
Well, because right underneath, she did say that in lieu of Mr. Rizzo,
Yeah.
Mr. Vivaldi's opening. Anyway. But I accept those minutes with that one minor change
Okay.
on the May minutes.
Yeah.
So
So
vote
motion
to
to accept
accept.
4/8 and 5/6.
Thank you, Jamie, for catching your little small things. That's great.
Sorry.
Is there a second?
Someone second that.
Second.
All right. And Jamie, I send them to you for you guys to review them. So you never have to feel bad telling me because I want to make sure I'm putting what was said. And if I summarize something wrong. But anyway, okay, so made by Jamie, seconded by Vivaldi. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
Yes.
All right, so both of those minutes are passed, and we get to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right.
And penalize Arthur for cutting out early.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and I do have to do a roll call. Okay, so motion to close made by Jamie, seconded by Vivaldi. Roll call, Rizzo,
Yes.
Vivaldi,
Yes.
Comac,
Yes.
and Harrop.
Yes.
All
Can we-
right,
what's the
motion adjourns
what's
at-
the status? What's the status of cutting like making a drop deadline like at 11 and try to make projects that we don't hear move to a new agenda?
I'm okay with trying. I think we should shoot for that. Tonight was a little crazy because we had those 2 big projects and that kind of dragged things along. We definitely would have gotten through that. And because we're going back and forth, we just lost some time there. But yeah, I think we should. I don't know if we should make it a policy or we should certainly push to try to do that, But it's up to you guys. I'm okay either way. I just don't like the idea of, cutting somebody off, pushing them off to the, for another month, and it's not their fault. It's just,
I want to keep things moving, but I feel like if we keep losing commissioners, you might have to do it anyway at some point when it gets
Yeah.
late, but something to think about. I agree.
yeah.
All right, meeting adjourned at 11:34, folks.
All righty.
You guys are rock stars. Thank you, all 4 of you.